If your eyes are tired but your mind won't slow down, stay here for a while. Tonight's true crime story will move gently, giving your thoughts something quiet to rest on. If this helps you unwind, tap like and tell me where you're listening from. This is episode 94. Let's begin. I am going to tell you a story about a quiet suburban street, about a woman who vanished in the middle of an ordinary morning, and about a man whose calm exterior hid a calculated and deeply unsettling mind. This is a story where nothing looked wrong at first, where neighbors noticed nothing unusual, and where the truth only revealed itself slowly, piece by piece. This is the true story of Susan Powell. Susan Powell lived in West Valley City, Utah, with her husband Josh Powell and their two young sons. From the outside, their life looked stable enough. Josh worked in technology. Susan was devoted to her children and documented her thoughts and emotions through journals and recordings. But inside the home, the marriage was deeply troubled. Josh was controlling, emotionally distant, and secretive. Susan confided to friends and family that she felt trapped. She spoke openly about her fear that something bad might happen to her. She wrote that if she ever died, it would not be an accident. Those words would later take on a haunting weight. On the morning of December 7th, 2009, Susan Powell failed to show up for work. That alone was unusual. She was reliable and communicative. When coworkers could not reach her, police were called to perform a welfare check at her home. Inside the house, everything looked mostly normal. Susan's purse, keys, and shoes were still there. There were no signs of struggle, but Susan herself was gone. Josh Powell told police a strange story. He claimed that the night before, he had taken his two young sons on a spontaneous camping trip in the middle of winter. He said Susan had stayed home because she was tired. According to Josh, when he returned the next day, Susan was missing. The story made little sense. Camping overnight with small children in freezing temperatures was dangerous and impractical. The timeline was vague. Josh appeared emotionally flat. He refused to cooperate fully with investigators and quickly retained legal counsel. Police suspected foul play almost immediately, but there was no body and no direct evidence of crime. As the investigation deepened, disturbing details surfaced. Susan's journals revealed years of emotional abuse. She wrote about Josh's obsession with control and his lack of empathy. She wrote about his strange behavior and her growing fear. Friends recalled Susan saying that she did not feel safe. She had even prepared instructions in case something happened to her. Josh's behavior only grew more alarming. He prevented Susan's family from seeing the children freely. He changed phone numbers. He became increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, his father, Stephen Powell, emerged as a deeply troubling figure in the case. Stephen had been obsessed with Susan for years, recording her secretly and expressing disturbing fantasies about her. His involvement complicated the investigation further, casting a dark shadow over the entire family. Despite mounting suspicion, police were unable to charge Josh Powell. Without Susan's body, the case stalled. In 2011, Josh Powell moved with his sons to Washington State. Susan's parents continued fighting for custody and for answers. They believed Josh knew exactly what had happened to Susan. Their fear was not just about the past, but about the safety of their grandchildren. That fear proved tragically justified. On February 5th, 2012, during a supervised visitation at Josh Powell's rental home, a social worker dropped off the two boys. Moments later, Josh locked the door behind them. The social worker, sensing danger, tried desperately to force her way inside. She was too late. Josh Powell attacked his sons with a hatchet and then set the house on fire, killing himself and the children. The explosion rocked the neighborhood. Flames consumed the home. Any remaining chance of learning the full truth about Susan's fate disappeared in the fire. The act shocked the nation. Investigators later concluded that Susan Powell had been murdered by Josh on the night she disappeared. While her body was never found, evidence suggested she had been killed and hidden in a remote location. Josh's final act confirmed what many had feared all along. Susan Powell was not a missing person. She was a victim. Her story became a symbol of institutional failure. Friends had heard her fears. Journals had documented her warnings. Red flags were visible everywhere. And yet, the system had not been able to intervene in time. Susan's parents spent years searching deserts, mines, and remote terrain for her remains. They never stopped believing that she deserved to be found. Though her body was never recovered, her story changed how domestic abuse cases are viewed, especially when victims predict their own deaths. What makes this case especially haunting is how much Susan knew. She sensed the danger. She tried to protect her children. She left records behind, hoping someone would listen if she no longer could. Josh Powell relied on silence, on legal loopholes, and on the absence of physical evidence. He relied on the assumption that without a body, there could be no crime. In the end, his own actions exposed the truth more clearly than any confession ever could. Susan Powell's voice lives on through her journals, her family, and the awareness her case brought to countless others living in fear. Her story is not just about disappearance. It is about warning signs ignored, about control hidden behind normalcy, and about the devastating cost of waiting too long to act. Some crimes leave noise and chaos behind. Others leave silence. And sometimes, the silence is the most terrifying part of all. Next story, I am going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the man she loved, about a marriage that slowly became a prison, and about a crime that was carried out with chilling calmness in the early hours of an ordinary morning. This is a story about control, deception, and how violence can hide behind politeness and routine. This is the true story of Lacey Peterson. Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant and living in Modesto, California, with her husband Scott Peterson. She was known for her warmth, her humor, and her excitement about becoming a mother. Friends described her as hopeful and devoted. She had already chosen a name for her baby boy, Connor. Her life revolved around preparing for motherhood and building a future she believed was safe. Scott Peterson appeared supportive on the surface. He worked in fertilizer sales, dressed neatly, and spoke calmly. To neighbors and acquaintances, the couple looked stable. But beneath that image, cracks were forming that no one fully understood at the time. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey disappeared. Scott told police that he had gone fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina earlier that day. He claimed Lacey was home when he left, cleaning the house and walking their dog. When he returned later that afternoon, she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still on. Lacey's purse, keys, and personal belongings were still inside the house. The timing was immediately unsettling. A heavily pregnant woman vanishing on Christmas Eve drew national attention almost instantly. Volunteers searched parks, neighborhoods, and waterways. Posters went up across California. Candlelight vigils were held. The public watched closely, hoping for a miracle. Scott Peterson became the focus almost immediately. His behavior did not match the fear and desperation many expected. He remained composed. His emotions appeared restrained. He spoke about Lacey in the past tense. Small details in his story shifted subtly with each retelling. Detectives noticed inconsistencies, but at first, there was nothing concrete enough to act on. Then investigators uncovered something devastating. Scott Peterson had been having an affair. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun a relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. He told her he was unmarried. He told her this would be his first Christmas without his wife, even though Lacey was still alive at the time. After Lacey went missing, Amber realized the truth and contacted police. Phone calls between Scott and Amber were recorded. While search teams were looking for Lacey, Scott was speaking to his mistress, standing at a vigil, telling her he was in Paris, watching fireworks, pretending his wife was already gone. The contrast between his words and reality was chilling. As the investigation continued, physical evidence began to surface. Scott's boat had been purchased secretly. He told no one about it. He had researched tidal patterns in the bay. Concrete anchors were found missing from his garage, with only one remaining. Prosecutors would later argue that the anchors had been used to weigh Lacey's body down in the water. In April 2003, months after Lacey disappeared, Human remains surfaced along the San Francisco Bay shoreline. They were identified as Lacey Peterson and her unborn son. The discovery shattered any remaining illusion that this was a missing persons case. It was now a homicide investigation. The location of the bodies was hauntingly close to the area Scott had claimed to be fishing on the day Lacey vanished. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly afterward. At trial, prosecutors painted a picture of a man who wanted freedom from responsibility. They argued that Scott viewed his wife and unborn child as obstacles to a new life. They presented evidence of deception, financial motives, and deliberate planning. They showed how Scott maintained his calm demeanor even as his lies unraveled. The defense argued that Scott was being judged unfairly. They claimed the evidence was circumstantial. They suggested Lacey may have been abducted by someone else. They pointed to media pressure and public opinion as forces that had already decided Scott's guilt. But the jury focused on patterns. The secrecy, the affair, the boat, the lies, the location of the bodies, the absence of grief. When taken together, they formed a picture that was impossible to ignore. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later changed to life without parole. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of betrayal at its most intimate level. She trusted the man she shared her home with. She believed in a future that never arrived. Her story forced the public to confront how easily appearances can deceive and how violence does not always arrive loudly or suddenly. Sometimes it arrives quietly. Sometimes it wears familiarity. And sometimes the most dangerous person is the one who knows your routines, your hopes, and your vulnerabilities better than anyone else. Lacey's legacy lives on through awareness, through changes in how crimes against pregnant women are prosecuted, and through the memory of a life taken before it had the chance to fully begin. In the end, this story is not just about murder. It is about trust, and what happens when that trust is used as a weapon. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a quiet disappearance that unfolded in plain sight, about a family that believed answers would come quickly, and about how time can stretch suffering when the truth refuses to surface. This is a story about routine, about trust, and about how an ordinary evening can quietly become the last chapter of a life. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, athletic, and private. Friends described her as disciplined and driven, but also under immense pressure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Maura's life appeared to be slowly unraveling in subtle ways that did not seem alarming at the time. She had recently transferred schools. She was balancing demanding coursework, clinical training, and personal struggles. There were signs of emotional strain. A minor car accident, a shoplifting incident, phone calls that left her visibly shaken. Nothing criminal, nothing extreme, just the quiet accumulation of stress. On February 9th, 2004, Maura sent emails to her professors stating that there had been a death in her family and that she would be away for a few days. There was no death. She packed her belongings, withdrew nearly all the cash from her bank account, and left campus in her car. No one knew where she was going. Later that evening, Maura's car was found crashed along a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The damage was minor. The airbags had deployed. There were no skid marks suggesting high speed. A local bus driver stopped and spoke briefly with Maura. She appeared shaken but uninjured. She declined help and said police had already been called. They had not. When officers arrived minutes later, Maura was gone. There were no footprints in the snow leading away from the scene that could be clearly identified. No witnesses reported seeing her leave. No belongings were taken except what she could have carried on her person. Her car was locked. The area was quiet, dark, and cold. She vanished into the night. At first, investigators believed Maura may have left voluntarily. Perhaps she wanted time alone. Perhaps she was avoiding trouble. But as days passed with no contact, concern deepened. Maura had never disappeared before. She had strong ties to her family. She did not pack enough supplies to vanish long term. Search teams combed the surrounding woods. Helicopters scanned the area. Dogs tracked scents that abruptly ended. There was no sign of Mora anywhere near the crash site. Her family refused to give up. Mora's father, Fred Murray, became the driving force behind the search. He returned to the area repeatedly, organizing searches, speaking to the media, and pressing law enforcement for answers. Each year that passed only sharpened his determination. Theories multiplied. Some believed Mora had succumbed to the elements, and her body remained hidden in the dense wilderness. Others believed she had accepted a ride from the wrong person. Some suspected she intended to disappear, though there was no evidence she had the means or desire to do so permanently. The lack of evidence was maddening. No phone activity, no financial records, no confirmed sightings. The road where her car was found had seen traffic that night, yet no one reported seeing Mora after the crash. It was as though she had stepped out of existence. As time passed, the case drew national attention. Independent investigators arrived. Online communities formed. Every detail of Mora's life was examined repeatedly. Innocent moments were scrutinized for hidden meaning. The absence of answers created space for endless speculation. But speculation did not bring closure. What makes this case particularly haunting is how ordinary it feels. There was no dramatic confrontation, no known enemy, no obvious motive. Just a young woman, alone, under stress, making choices that led her to a dark road on a winter night. If Mora walked into the woods, why was nothing found? If she accepted help, who offered it? If she intended to start over, how did she disappear so completely? Years turned into decades. Mora Murray remains missing. Her family continues to wait, to hope, to search. The uncertainty has become its own form of pain, stretching endlessly without resolution. Every unanswered question lingers, suspended in time. This story is not about violence confirmed or guilt proven. It is about the terrifying fragility of routine, about how quickly a normal day can fracture, about how some disappearances do not announce themselves with chaos or noise. They happen quietly. They leave behind absence. And sometimes the most chilling cases are not the ones with clear endings, but the ones that leave us staring into silence, wondering how someone can simply vanish without a trace. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman whose life ended before it truly began, about a college campus that failed to protect her, and about a truth that took decades to surface. This is a story about silence, about suspicion that lingered for years, and about how justice can move painfully slow when evidence is buried both physically and socially. This is the true story of Kristen Smart. Kristen Smart was 19 years old when she disappeared. She was a freshman at California Polytechnic State University in San Luis Obispo, excited about independence, friendships, and the future. She was known as kind, trusting, and optimistic. She called her parents often and kept close ties with her family. There is nothing in her behavior that suggested she was planning to disappear or break contact with the people who loved her. On the night of May 25, 1996, Kristen attended an off-campus party near Cal Poly. She drank alcohol, something not unusual for a college student, but by the end of the night, she was visibly intoxicated. Friends noticed she was struggling to stand and walk steadily. They were concerned enough to make sure she did not leave alone. As students began walking back toward campus, 3 people were seen accompanying Kristen. One of them was a fellow student named Paul Flores. He volunteered to walk her to her dorm, telling others he lived nearby. It was late. The campus was quiet. That moment would be the last confirmed sighting of Kristen Smart. The next morning, Kristen did not show up for work at her campus job. She did not answer her phone. Her dorm room appeared untouched. Her bed had not been slept in. Her wallet, keys, and personal belongings were still there. By the end of the day, her parents were notified, and panic began to set in. Search efforts started quickly. Students, faculty, law enforcement, and volunteers scoured the campus and surrounding areas. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters flew overhead. Flyers appeared everywhere. Despite the massive effort, no trace of Kristen was found. There was no sign of an accident. No evidence she had left campus willingly. Attention soon focused on Paul Flores. He was the last known person to be seen with Kristen. Witnesses reported that he had been acting strangely that night. He had a black eye shortly after her disappearance, which he claimed came from a basketball game. His stories about the night were inconsistent. He failed a polygraph exam, though those results were not admissible in court. Despite the suspicion, no arrest was made. Over the years, the investigation stalled repeatedly. Searches turned up nothing definitive. Kristen's body was never found. Without physical evidence, prosecutors were reluctant to move forward. Paul Flores remained free, living his life while Kristen's family remained trapped in uncertainty. But the case never went cold. Kristen's parents refused to let her name fade away. Her father, Stan Smart, dedicated his life to seeking justice for his daughter. He worked with investigators, journalists, and private experts. He kept pressure on law enforcement. He made sure the public never forgot that Kristen was missing and deserved answers. As time passed, disturbing patterns emerged around Paul Flores. Women came forward describing uncomfortable encounters with him. Some reported sexual assaults. Others described his predatory behavior. These accounts painted a picture that aligned with investigators' long-held suspicions. Still, without Kristen's body, the case remained legally fragile. Then, decades later, new developments began to surface. Advanced forensic technology allowed investigators to revisit old evidence. Ground-penetrating radar was used at locations connected to Paul Flores. In 2021, authorities announced they had found evidence consistent with a human body buried beneath the deck of Paul Flores' father's home. The announcement sent shockwaves through the community. Although Kristen's remains were not recovered, soil samples showed signs of human decomposition. Prosecutors believe Kristen had been killed shortly after her disappearance and secretly buried, then later moved to avoid detection. In April 2021, nearly 25 years after Kristen vanished, Paul Flores was arrested and charged with her murder. His father, Ruben Flores, was charged with being an accessory after the fact, accused of helping conceal Kristen's body. The arrest marked a turning point that many had feared would never come. The trial revealed years of missed opportunities, institutional hesitation, and the devastating consequences of delay. Prosecutors laid out a case built on circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, and forensic findings. They argued that Paul Flores took advantage of an intoxicated Kristen, killed her, and enlisted his family's help to hide the crime. In 2022, Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Ruben Flores was later acquitted, though suspicion surrounding his involvement remains. For Kristen Smart's family, the verdict brought a measure of justice, but not closure. Kristen's body has still not been found. Her parents continue to hope that one day they can bring her home, that they can lay her to rest, that the final piece of the story will be returned to them after so many years of waiting. What makes this case especially chilling is how long it took. Not because the truth was unknowable, but because it was inconvenient, because evidence was buried, because certainty was demanded in a world where predators rely on doubt and delay. Kristen Smart did nothing wrong. She trusted the people around her. She accepted help when she needed it. She walked home believing she was safe. Her disappearance reshaped campus safety policies across the country and became a warning about vulnerability, responsibility, and accountability. This story is not only about a crime. It is about time, about how justice delayed becomes another form of harm, and about how some families spend decades living between hope and grief, waiting for answers that should never have taken so long to arrive. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted kindness, about a community that believed it was safe, and about a crime that unfolded slowly while no one realized danger was already inside the home. This is a story about manipulation, patience, and a man who waited quietly for the perfect moment. This is the true story of Shannon Watts. Shannon Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with her husband Chris Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked ideal. They lived in a clean suburban neighborhood. They had stable jobs. Shannon shared moments of her life on social media, documenting family trips, birthdays, and everyday routines. She appeared energetic, loving, and deeply devoted to her children. Chris Watts appeared quiet and reserved. He worked in the oil and gas industry, kept to himself, and rarely drew attention. Friends described him as mild-mannered, polite, and dependable. No one saw him as threatening. No one imagined what was unfolding beneath that calm exterior. By the summer of 2018, the marriage was deteriorating. Shannon was pregnant with their third child. She sensed emotional distance from Chris. He had become cold, withdrawn, and unusually focused on himself. He had lost weight, changed his routine, and spent long hours away from home. Shannon felt something was wrong, but she believed it could be fixed. She believed honesty and effort could repair what was breaking. What she did not know was that Chris Watts was having an affair. He had begun a relationship with a co-worker and had started imagining a life without responsibilities, without marriage, and without children. Rather than confront reality or seek separation, he began thinking in darker terms. He did not want a divorce. He wanted freedom without consequences. On the night of August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip just after 2 in the morning. She was exhausted and pregnant. A friend dropped her off and watched her walk inside. That was the last time Shannon was seen alive. Later that morning, she missed a scheduled appointment. She stopped answering messages. Her phone went silent. Her friend became alarmed and went to the house to check on her. Inside, everything seemed wrong. Shannon's purse was there. Her phone was there. Her car was in the garage. Her children's car seats were still inside the vehicle. There was no sign she had left willingly. Police were called almost immediately. Chris Watts spoke to officers calmly. He said he did not know where his family was. He suggested Shannon had taken the children to visit a friend. He showed little urgency, little fear. His demeanor unsettled investigators almost instantly. While pleading for his family's return on camera, his body language told a different story. The investigation moved quickly. Surveillance footage showed Shannon entering the home that night, but no footage of her or the children leaving. Neighbors mentioned unusual activity early that morning. Chris had backed his truck into the driveway, something he rarely did. His routine had changed. When questioned further, Chris's story began to crack. Under pressure, he admitted to killing Shannon. At first, he claimed it wasn't a moment of rage after she had harmed the children. The confession was false. Investigators continued pressing, knowing the truth was still buried. Soon after, the bodies of Bella and Celeste were discovered inside oil tanks at Chris's work site. Shannon's body was found buried in a shallow grave nearby, along with her unborn son. The details were horrifying. Chris Watts had strangled his wife in their bed. He had killed his daughters one by one, even after one had witnessed the death of the other. He had transported their bodies in his truck and disposed of them with chilling calculation. The brutality contrasted sharply with his calm appearance. The nation watched in disbelief. How could someone so ordinary commit such unimaginable acts? How could warning signs go unnoticed? How could evil hide so comfortably behind normal routines? In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would never be free again. Shannon Watts became more than a victim. Her story exposed how control, resentment, and entitlement can quietly evolve into violence. It showed how some individuals choose destruction over accountability. It reminded the public that danger does not always announce itself with anger or chaos. Sometimes it whispers, sometimes it waits, and sometimes it smiles politely while planning the unthinkable. Bella and Celeste Watts were remembered for their innocence, their laughter, and their trust. Shannon was remembered for her strength, her love, and her belief that honesty could save her family. Their lives were taken by someone who valued his own desires over human life. This case remains deeply unsettling, not because it is complicated, but because it is simple. A man wanted out, and instead of leaving, he destroyed everything. Next story, I am going to tell you a story about a man who traveled quietly across a continent, about victims who never knew they had been chosen, and about a series of crimes so carefully hidden that even investigators struggled to understand how much darkness one person could carry without being seen. This is a story about patience taken to an extreme, about planning that stretched across years, and about a killer who believed anonymity was his greatest weapon. This is the true story of Israel Keyes. For most of his adult life, Israel Keyes blended easily into the background. He worked construction jobs. He paid rent. He dated casually. He appeared unremarkable, even forgettable. People who knew him described him as calm, polite, and distant. He did not draw attention. He did not stand out. That was exactly how he wanted it. Keyes lived in Alaska for many years, a place that suited his need for isolation and independence. But Alaska was not where his crimes were limited. In fact, distance was part of his strategy. He traveled frequently across the United States, flying to one state, renting a car, and driving hundreds of miles to another. He paid in cash. He left no trail. He moved through cities and rural areas with equal ease. Long before committing his crimes, Keyes prepared for them. He buried what investigators later called kill kits across the country. These kits contained weapons, restraints, tools, and supplies, hidden in remote locations years in advance. Some were buried near rivers. Some were hidden in forests. Others were placed in abandoned areas where no one would look twice. He memorized their locations. He waited. Keyes did not stalk victims in the traditional sense. He did not fixate on one person. Instead, he chose targets of opportunity. People who were alone. People who were vulnerable. People whose disappearance could be explained away easily. His crimes were not driven by impulse. They were driven by control. For years, people disappeared without explanation. Some were never connected to him. Some were never found at all. In February 2012, Keyes abducted an 18-year-old barista named Samantha Koenig from the coffee stand where she worked in Anchorage. He approached just before closing time, threatened her with a gun, and forced her into his vehicle. Surveillance cameras captured the moment, but at the time, it meant little. Anchorage was vast. Leads were thin. What followed was calculated and disturbing. Keyes murdered Samantha shortly after abducting her. Then, weeks later, he returned her body to the coffee stand to stage proof-of-life photographs. He used these images to extort ransom money from her family. The act was cold, deliberate, and deeply manipulative. He withdrew the ransom using her debit card, traveling across multiple states to avoid detection. But this time, something went wrong. Keyes was stopped by Texas state troopers while driving Samantha's car. He lied convincingly at first, but investigators began noticing inconsistencies. Surveillance footage showed him using Samantha's card. Phone records placed him in locations he could not explain. Slowly, the wall he had built began to crack. In March 2012, Israel Keyes was arrested. At first, he denied everything. But as investigators applied pressure, he began to talk. What he revealed was worse than anyone expected. He admitted to multiple murders across different states. He described abductions that occurred years apart. He spoke about victims whose names he claimed not to remember. He described burying kits long before using them, waiting patiently for the right moment. What made Keyes especially unsettling was not just what he did, but how he thought. He avoided patterns. He avoided killing near his home. He avoided using the same methods repeatedly. He destroyed evidence meticulously. He believed that randomness would protect him. For a long time it did. Investigators struggled to verify many of his claims. Some missing persons cases aligned with his travel history. Others could not be confirmed. Many families were left in limbo, unsure whether Keyes was responsible for the disappearance of someone they loved or whether the truth would remain forever unknown. In December 2012, while in federal custody, Israel Keyes took his own life. He left behind drawings, cryptic messages, and a list of potential victims. With his death, many answers died with him. The full number of his victims is still unknown. What makes this story especially chilling is how intentional everything was. There was no frenzy, no escalation that drew attention. Just quiet preparation and long stretches of normal life in between acts of violence. Keyes compartmentalized his existence so completely that even those close to him had no idea what he was capable of. His case forced investigators to confront a disturbing possibility that there may be others like him, people who plan patiently, who move carefully, who commit crimes that never form a pattern obvious enough to detect. Israel Keyes did not want fame. He did not want recognition. He wanted secrecy. He wanted control. And for years, he succeeded. The victims he left behind are remembered not by how they died, but by the lives they were living before they crossed paths with someone who had already decided their fate. Their stories remain incomplete, scattered across time and geography, connected only by a man who believed distance could erase responsibility. This case remains a reminder that not all threats are loud. Some move quietly, blending into everyday life, leaving behind only absence and questions. And sometimes, the most terrifying crimes are the ones that almost went unnoticed. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who vanished in the middle of the night, about a marriage that looked calm on the surface, but was quietly rotting underneath, and about a man who believed that if he stayed composed long enough, the truth would eventually give up and leave him alone. This is a story about control, silence, and a disappearance that took years to fully understand. This is the true story of Chandra Levy. In the spring of 2001, Washington, D.C. was tense, loud, and crowded with political noise. Power, ambition, and secrecy were everyday currency. Chandra Levy was a 24-year-old intern who had recently moved to the city. She was intelligent, curious, and hopeful, someone who believed hard work would eventually lead her somewhere meaningful. She rented a small apartment, explored the city on foot, and often spent time jogging through Rock Creek Park, a large wooded area that cut through the heart of Washington. Chandra had also become involved in a secret relationship with Congressman Gary Condit, a married man nearly twice her age. The relationship was hidden, unequal, and emotionally complicated. Friends later said Chandra seemed increasingly anxious and conflicted in the weeks before she disappeared. She talked about feeling ignored, confused, and unsure where she stood. She wanted clarity. She wanted answers. On April 30th, 2001, Chandra Levy was last seen leaving her apartment. She told no one where she was going. She never returned. At first, her disappearance attracted little attention. Adults go missing sometimes. Interns leave town. But as days turned into weeks, concern grew. Her family contacted police. Flyers went up. Friends spoke to the media. Slowly, the story began to change shape. Investigators learned about Chandra's connection to Congressman Condit. The revelation transformed the case instantly. What had been a missing person investigation became a national obsession. Media coverage exploded. Condit denied having a sexual relationship at first, then later admitted it. His shifting statements, guarded interviews, and refusal to fully cooperate fueled suspicion. Still, suspicion was not evidence. Police searched Rock Creek Park multiple times. It was vast, dense, and unforgiving. Searches turned up nothing. No body, no clothing, no personal items. Months passed. Leads dried up. Public attention slowly drifted elsewhere. For over a year, Chandra Levy remained missing without explanation. Then, in May 2002, a park ranger found skeletal remains deep inside Rock Creek Park, less than a mile from where Chandra was last believed to be jogging. The remains were identified as hers. She had been murdered. The cause of death was determined to be homicide, though the exact method could not be conclusively established due to decomposition. The discovery reopened everything. Public pressure intensified. Many believed Gary Condit had gotten away with murder. His political career collapsed. His reputation was destroyed. But investigators could never place him at the park. There was no physical evidence linking him to the crime. No witnesses. No forensic proof. Eventually, police were forced to look elsewhere. Years later, a new suspect emerged. Ingmar Gwandik was an undocumented immigrant with a history of violent assaults in Rock Creek Park. He had attacked multiple women in the same area, using surprise, force, and choking. One of his victims survived and later testified against him. His methods matched what investigators believed may have happened to Chandra. In 2009, Gwandik was charged with Chandra Levy's murder. The case went to trial. Prosecutors argued that Chandra had crossed paths with a predator while jogging, someone who had already demonstrated a pattern of violence. In 2010, Gwandik was convicted and sentenced to 60 years in prison. But the story didn't end there. Years later, the conviction was overturned due to prosecutorial misconduct. Evidence that could have helped the defense was not properly disclosed. Gwandik was released. Eventually, prosecutors declined to retry the case, citing weakened evidence and the passage of time. To this day, no one has been definitively held accountable for Chandra Levy's murder. The case remains unresolved in the most unsettling way. A young woman entered a public park in broad daylight and never came out. Powerful people were suspected. A dangerous man was convicted, then freed. And the truth remains fractured, scattered among theories, mistakes, and mischances. What makes this story linger is not just the crime, but the environment that surrounded it. A city built on secrecy, a relationship defined by imbalance, an investigation influenced by media pressure and public anger. Chandra Levy became more than a person. She became a symbol, and in that transformation, clarity was lost. Chandra was not a headline. She was not a scandal. She was a young woman trying to build a life, asking for honesty from someone who could not give it, and walking into a place where help was far away and danger was close. Her story is a reminder that some cases do not resolve cleanly. Some truths remain incomplete, and sometimes, even when a body is found, justice never fully arrives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a police officer who buried 4 wives and claimed every death was an accident. A story about charm, authority, and confidence being used as weapons. And about how one woman vanished without a trace, while another was found dead in a bathtub under circumstances that no longer made sense. Drew Peterson was a longtime police sergeant in Bolingbrook, Illinois. He was loud, confident, and unapologetic. He enjoyed attention and believed he was smarter than everyone around him. Over the years, he had been married 4 times. 2 of those marriages ended in death. For a long time, no one stopped him. His 3rd wife, Kathleen Savio, was found dead in a dry bathtub in 2004. She was naked, bruised, and bleeding. The water was barely running. Her death was ruled an accidental drowning. Drew accepted condolences calmly and moved on quickly. Too quickly. Just weeks after Kathleen's death, Drew began openly dating a much younger woman named Stacy Callis. She was 23 years old. Drew was nearly 30 years older. He married her soon after. Friends and family noticed how fast everything moved, how controlling Drew was, and how isolated Stacy became. Over time, Stacy began telling people she was afraid. She said Drew monitored her constantly. She said he threatened her. She said that if anything happened to her, he was responsible. She confided in family members and friends, leaving behind a trail of concern that would later become critical. In October 2007, Stacy Peterson disappeared. She was 23 years old. Her car was still at home. Her purse was still inside. Her children were still there. Drew told police she had simply walked out, abandoning her kids to run away with another man. Very few people believed him. The disappearance drew national attention. Media crews gathered outside the Peterson home. Drew welcomed the spotlight. He gave interviews. He joked. He smirked. He contradicted himself repeatedly. Instead of appearing concerned, he seemed entertained. As investigators dug deeper, Kathleen Savio's death came back into focus. Kathleen had been in a bitter divorce with Drew before she died. She had accused him of abuse. She had expressed fear. She had told people he would kill her. Her body showed signs of a struggle that had never been properly examined. In 2007, Kathleen's death was reclassified as a homicide. An autopsy revealed blunt force trauma to her head and neck. The injuries were inconsistent with an accidental fall. The bathtub scene no longer made sense. Investigators believed she had been beaten and then placed in the tub to stage the scene. Still, there was a problem. There was no body for Stacy. Without a body, prosecutors faced an uphill battle. Drew continued to speak publicly, mocking investigators, taunting the media, and insisting he was untouchable. He believed his law enforcement background would protect him forever. But Drew made a mistake. He talked too much. A close associate later came forward with a recording. In it, Drew discussed how someone could kill a spouse and get away with it if the body was never found. He explained the strategy calmly, confidently, and without hesitation. That recording changed everything. In 2009, Drew Peterson was arrested and charged with the murder of Kathleen Savio. Prosecutors used circumstantial evidence, forensic findings, and witness testimony to build their case. They also introduced statements from Stacy, made before her disappearance, describing abuse and fear. The trial revealed a disturbing pattern. Drew's earlier wives had also died under suspicious circumstances. One had been found dead in a bathtub. Another died suddenly of unexplained causes. Each time, Drew walked away without consequences. The jury listened as experts explained how Kathleen's injuries could not have been accidental. They heard about Drew's controlling behavior, his threats, and his repeated statements about outsmarting the system. In 2012, Drew Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to 38 years in prison. Later, he was also convicted in connection with a plot to have the prosecutor killed, further confirming the extent of his belief that rules did not apply to him. Stacy Peterson's body has never been found. Her disappearance remains one of the most haunting aspects of the case. She left behind children, family, and unanswered questions. While Drew has been held accountable for Kathleen's murder, Stacy's fate remains officially unresolved. Kathleen Savio and Stacy Peterson were very different women, but their stories intersected through one man's need for control and power. Both tried to leave. Both expressed fear. Both were silenced. The Drew Peterson case is a reminder of how authority can shield violence, how confidence can delay justice, and how some predators operate not in the shadows, but in plain sight, protected by reputation and position. It is also a reminder that persistence matters, that cases dismissed too quickly deserve another look, and that sometimes justice arrives not because the killer confesses, but because the lies finally collapse under their own weight. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared to be the perfect husband, the perfect father, and the perfect neighbor. A man whose social media showed smiling photos, loving captions, and a quiet suburban life. And how, behind that carefully constructed image, he committed one of the most chilling family murders in modern American history. In August 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shannon and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked stable. Chris worked as an oil field operator. Shannon was active on social media, documenting their family life in detail. Their home was neat, modern, and located in a quiet neighborhood filled with families just like theirs. But behind the scenes, the marriage was collapsing. Chris had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The relationship wasn't casual. It was intense, emotional, and consuming. Chris started imagining a life without his wife, without his children, and without the responsibilities he felt were trapping him. He didn't want a divorce. He didn't want shared custody. He wanted a clean slate. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip just after 1:45 a.m. She was 15 weeks pregnant. The house was quiet. The girls were asleep upstairs. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later be pieced together through digital evidence, phone records, security footage, and Chris's own shifting confessions. Sometime in the early morning hours, Chris killed Shannon. He later claimed they had an emotional conversation about separation, but evidence showed no sign of a prolonged argument. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of struggle. Shannon was strangled in their bed. After killing his wife, Chris turned his attention to his daughters. Bella and Celeste were still alive. Chris later admitted that he smothered them one by one. Bella, the older child, fought back. She asked him if he was going to do the same thing to her that he had done to her mother. Those words would haunt investigators long after the case was closed. By sunrise, his entire family was dead. Chris loaded their bodies into his truck. He placed Shannon face down on the floor, wrapped in a sheet. He placed his daughter's bodies in the back seat. He then drove nearly an hour to an oil site owned by his employer, a location he had specifically chosen ahead of time. At the site, he buried Shannon in a shallow grave. Then he placed Bella and Celeste separately into two massive oil storage tanks, forcing their bodies through small openings designed for equipment, not people. He sealed the tanks and left for work as if nothing had happened. By mid-morning, Shannon's friend became concerned when she couldn't reach her. Shannon was punctual, communicative, and dependable. She missed appointments. She stopped responding to messages. Her friend contacted the police for a welfare check before Chris even returned home from work. When officers arrived, Chris appeared calm. Too calm. He told them Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an argument. He said he didn't know where she went. But inside the house, everything was still there. Her car, her purse, her phone, her medications. Nothing suggested a planned departure. The cracks formed immediately. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it. Phone records showed he had been texting his mistress during and after the murders. His behavior during media interviews was unsettling. He smiled. He avoided emotion. He asked for his family's safe return while knowing exactly where their bodies were. Within days, investigators confronted him with the inconsistencies. Chris broke. First, he claimed Shannon had killed the children, and he killed her in rage. That story collapsed under scrutiny. Forensic evidence contradicted it. The autopsies told a different story. Finally, Chris confessed to killing all three. The truth was worse than anyone expected. Investigators discovered the burial site. They recovered Shannon's body. Extracting the children from the oil tanks was one of the most disturbing recovery operations many responders had ever experienced. The oil had damaged their skin. The scene was traumatic even for seasoned professionals. Chris Watts was charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, including the unlawful termination of a pregnancy. The motive was painfully simple. He wanted a new life. He wanted freedom. He wanted to erase his responsibilities instead of facing them. In November 2018, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences. He was transferred to a prison in Wisconsin for his own safety, where he remains incarcerated. The Watts case shook the public not because of complexity, but because of familiarity. This wasn't a drifter. This wasn't a stranger. This was a husband, a father, a man who tucked his children into bed and killed them hours later. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a driven woman, and a loving friend. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, affectionate children who trusted their father completely. Their lives were reduced to a cautionary tale about how violence can exist behind the most ordinary doors. The case serves as a reminder that appearances mean nothing, that people can live double lives in plain sight, and that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone trusts the most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who dreamed of becoming a doctor, about a night out that turned into a nightmare, and about how a college student's disappearance led to the discovery of a brutal crime that shocked an entire university community. In February 2019, 21-year-old Samantha Josephson was a senior at the University of South Carolina in Columbia. She was studying political science and had been accepted to law school. Samantha was excited about her future and was just months away from graduating. She was known for her bright smile and her dedication to her studies. On March 29, 2019, Samantha went out with friends to the Five Points Entertainment District near campus. It was a Thursday night, and the area was busy with college students enjoying the bars and restaurants. Samantha and her friends had a fun evening together. Around 2 in the morning, Samantha decided it was time to head home. Samantha called an Uber to pick her up from the Five Points area. She stood on the street waiting for her ride like thousands of college students do every night. Security camera footage captured Samantha getting into a black Chevy Impala that she apparently believed was her Uber. The car drove away with Samantha inside. But it was not her Uber. It was a stranger's car. When Samantha's real Uber driver arrived moments later, she was already gone. Her roommates became worried when Samantha didn't come home that night. They tried calling and texting her, but got no response. This was very unlike Samantha, who always stayed in contact with her friends. By the next morning, they knew something was terribly wrong. Police began investigating Samantha's disappearance. They reviewed the security footage and saw her getting into the black Chevy Impala. They also discovered that Samantha's phone had briefly connected to a cell tower in a rural area about an hour and a half from Columbia. Then the phone went dead and never transmitted another signal. Hunters in Clarendon County, about 90 miles from Columbia, found a body in a wooded area on March 30th. The body was identified as Samantha Josephson. She had been stabbed over 100 times with a weapon. The attack had been brutal and sustained. Samantha had fought for her life, but had been overpowered by her attacker. Police immediately intensified their search for the black Chevy Impala. They had the license plate from the security footage and began looking for the vehicle. Within hours, they located the car in Columbia and arrested the driver, 24-year-old Nathaniel Rowland. When police searched his car, they found Samantha's blood throughout the vehicle. They found her phone in the car. They found cleaning supplies that Rowland had purchased after the murder. Investigators discovered that Rowland had been driving around the Five Points area looking for potential victims. He had activated the child locks in his car so that passengers couldn't open the doors from the inside. When Samantha got into his car, thinking it was her Uber, she became trapped. Rowland had driven her to a remote location where he attacked and killed her. The evidence against Nathaniel Rowland was overwhelming. Samantha's blood was all over his car. His DNA was under her fingernails from where she had fought back. Security footage showed Samantha getting into his vehicle. Cell phone data placed both of them in the area where her body was found. Rowland had used cleaning supplies to try to remove evidence from his car. Rowland was charged with kidnapping and murder. The case received national attention and sparked conversations about rideshare safety. Students across the country suddenly became more aware of the importance of checking that they were getting into the right vehicle. Samantha's death became a cautionary tale about a danger many people had never really considered. Nathaniel Rowland's trial took place in July 2021. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence linking Rowland to Samantha's murder. They showed the security footage of Samantha getting into his car. They presented testimony about the child locks that had trapped her inside. They showed photos of the horrific injuries Samantha had sustained during the attack. The defense had no real answer to the overwhelming evidence. They tried to suggest that someone else might have been involved or that the evidence was somehow flawed. But there was no reasonable explanation for why Samantha's blood was all over Rowland's car if he hadn't killed her. The defense's arguments were weak and unconvincing. The jury deliberated for just over an hour before finding Nathaniel Rowland guilty of kidnapping and murder. The quick verdict showed how strong the evidence was against him. Rowland showed no emotion as the verdict was read. He had maintained his innocence throughout the trial despite the mountain of evidence proving his guilt. Rowland was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars for kidnapping and murdering Samantha Josephson. The judge noted the particularly heinous nature of the crime and the premeditation shown by Rowland activating his child locks before picking up victims. Samantha's parents, Seymour and Marcy Josephson, attended every day of the trial. They had to sit through testimony about the brutal attack on their daughter. They saw photos of her injuries and heard details about her final moments. Their pain was visible to everyone in the courtroom. After the verdict, they spoke about their relief that justice had been served. The Josephson family has worked to create positive change from their tragedy. They advocated for a law called Sammy's Law, named using Samantha's nickname. The law requires rideshare vehicles to have illuminated signs that help passengers identify legitimate rides. It also requires drivers to display license plate information in their apps to help passengers verify they have the right car. Samantha's case changed how many people approach ride-sharing. Students are now more careful about checking license plates and driver information before getting into vehicles. The phrase "what's my name" has become common. with passengers asking drivers to identify them by name before getting in. These simple safety measures could prevent similar tragedies. Samantha Josephson should have graduated from the University of South Carolina in May 2019. She should have gone to law school and become a lawyer. She should have had the chance to make a difference in the world and live the life she had worked so hard to build. Instead, she made one simple mistake of getting into the wrong car and encountered a predator who had been hunting for a victim. Nathaniel Rowland had been cruising the Five Points area, specifically looking for intoxicated young women he could victimize. He had prepared his car with child locks to trap his victims. He had weapons ready. The attack on Samantha was not random or impulsive. It was planned and deliberate. Rowland is exactly the kind of dangerous predator that communities fear. The case serves as a tragic reminder to always verify rideshare vehicles before getting in. Check the license plate. Check the driver's photo. Ask the driver to confirm your name. These small steps take only seconds but could save a life. Samantha's memory lives on through the safety measures inspired by her case and through her family's advocacy to protect others from similar fates. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luff's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Loof. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who was planning her wedding, about a pregnancy that should have been a time of joy, and about how a seemingly devoted fiancé turned out to be living a secret double life that would end in murder and a massive search effort that gripped the nation. In December 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a boy she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. Wait, I already told you this story. Let me tell you a different case. In May 2017, 21-year-old Savannah Spurlock went out with friends to a bar in Lexington, Kentucky to celebrate a friend's birthday. Savannah was a mother of 4 young children and was enjoying a rare night out. Security cameras captured her leaving the bar around 2:30 in the morning with 3 men she had just met. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. When Savannah didn't come home the next day or respond to calls and texts from her family, they immediately reported her missing. Her mother knew something was terribly wrong because Savannah would never go this long without contacting her children. Police began investigating and tracked Savannah's phone to a home in Garrett County, about 40 miles from Lexington. The house belonged to a man named David Sparks, who was one of the 3 men seen leaving the bar with Savannah on the security footage. Police questioned Sparks and the other 2 men who had been with him that night. All 3 claimed that Savannah had come to the house willingly, that they had hung out for a while, and that she had left the next morning on her own. They said they dropped her off at a different location and hadn't seen her since. Police searched the property, but found no sign of Savannah. Days turned into weeks, and then months, with no trace of the missing mother. Her family organized search parties and made emotional pleas for information. They put up flyers throughout Kentucky, hoping someone had seen Savannah or knew where she might be. But there were no solid leads. 6 months passed with no answers. Then in January 2019, investigators received a tip that led them back to David Sparks' property. This time, they brought cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar to conduct a more thorough search. The dogs alerted to an area in the backyard, and when investigators dug there, they made a heartbreaking discovery. Savannah Spurlock's body was found buried in the backyard of David Sparks' home. She had been there the entire time, hidden just feet from where Sparks was living his daily life. The discovery confirmed what Savannah's family had feared, but also finally gave them answers after months of agonizing uncertainty. The autopsy revealed that Savannah had died from multiple traumatic injuries. The medical examiner determined that she had been the victim of violence, not an accident or overdose as Sparks would later try to claim. Based on the evidence, investigators believe Savannah had died shortly after arriving at the house that night, which meant Sparks had been lying to police from the very beginning. David Sparks was arrested and charged with abuse of a corpse and tampering with physical evidence. As the investigation continued, additional charges were added. Prosecutors believed that Sparks had taken Savannah's life at his home, then buried her body in the backyard and lied to police for months while search efforts continued. During the investigation, disturbing details emerged about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Savannah had been photographed and recorded without her knowledge or consent. There were indications that something had gone very wrong after the group arrived at Sparks' house, and that Savannah had been harmed. The other 2 men who had been with Savannah and Sparks that night were also investigated, but prosecutors ultimately determined that Sparks was the one responsible for Savannah's death. The other men claimed they had left before anything happened and were not charged with any crimes related to her death. David Sparks' trial was scheduled to begin in 2020, but before it could start, Sparks made a decision. Rather than face a jury and potentially receive a much longer sentence, he agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter and other charges. In July 2020, Sparks pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 50 years in prison. As part of the plea agreement, Sparks had to provide details about what happened to Savannah. According to his account, Savannah had died from an accidental overdose at his home, and he had panicked and buried her body rather than call for help. But many people, including Savannah's family and prosecutors, believed this version of events was not the complete truth. The medical examiner's findings about Savannah's injuries suggested something more violent had occurred than a simple overdose. The fact that Sparks had buried her body, lied repeatedly to police, and hidden her death for months all pointed to consciousness of guilt. Savannah's family believed Sparks was minimizing what he had actually done to avoid admitting to worse crimes. At the sentencing hearing, Savannah's family gave emotional victim impact statements. Her mother spoke about the pain of not knowing where her daughter was for 6 months and the agony of finally learning she had been dead and buried the entire time just miles away. Savannah's children, who were very young, would now grow up without their mother. Savannah's family described her as a devoted mother who loved her 4 children more than anything. She had been working hard to provide for them and build a better life for her family. The night she went out was supposed to be a rare chance to relax and have fun with friends. She should have been able to enjoy a night out safely and return home to her children the next day. Instead, Savannah encountered David Sparks, someone who saw her as a victim rather than a person. Whatever happened in that house on the night of May 2017, it ended with Savannah losing her life and being buried in a backyard while her family desperately searched for her for months. The case highlighted the dangers that can arise when going home with strangers from bars or clubs. Savannah likely had no way of knowing that accepting a ride from these men would lead to her death. She was simply a young mother trying to enjoy one night away from her responsibilities, and it cost her everything. David Sparks remains in prison, serving his 50-year sentence. He will be an elderly man if he is ever released. Savannah Spurlock's 4 children are being raised by family members who make sure they know about their mother and how much she loved them. Savannah's case serves as a tragic reminder of how quickly a fun night out can turn into a nightmare, and how families can be left devastated by the loss of a young mother whose life was stolen far too soon. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left the community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24th, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry, as if he had a key. The 2 attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who disappeared after dropping her son off at daycare, about a husband who seemed desperate to find his missing wife, and about how investigators discovered that a seemingly devoted family man had been living a double life that led him to commit an unspeakable crime. In May 2010, 25-year-old Kinsey Houck was 7 months pregnant and living with her fiancé Chris Brown and their blended family in rural Pennsylvania. Wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In September 2012, 30-year-old Jennifer Dullos was a successful writer and mother of 5 children living in an affluent suburb of Connecticut. She was going through a contentious divorce from her husband Fotis Dullos, and the couple was battling over custody of their children. Jennifer had moved out of the family home and was living in a rental house in New Canaan with the kids. On the morning of May 24th, 2019, Jennifer dropped her children off at school and returned home. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. When Jennifer failed to pick up her children from school that afternoon, friends immediately knew something was wrong. Jennifer was an extremely devoted mother who would never miss picking up her kids. Police were called, and a missing person investigation began. Officers went to Jennifer's home and found her car parked in the garage. Inside the house, they discovered signs of a violent struggle. There was blood evidence throughout the garage and house, with attempts having been made to clean it up. The amount of blood suggested that whoever had been injured was unlikely to have survived. Jennifer's phone and purse were missing, but her car was there, indicating she hadn't left voluntarily. Police immediately suspected foul play and began investigating. The contentious divorce and custody battle made Jennifer's estranged husband Fotis Dullos an obvious person of interest. Fotis was a luxury home builder who had been struggling financially. The divorce was costing him money, and Jennifer had been asking for sole custody of their 5 children. Fotis had a clear motive if Jennifer was out of the way. Investigators began tracking Fotis's movements on the day Jennifer disappeared. Surveillance footage from around New Canaan showed a vehicle matching Fotis's truck in Jennifer's neighborhood around the time she would have returned home from school drop-off. Additional surveillance footage from Hartford, Connecticut showed Fotis and his girlfriend Michelle Triconis driving around the city that evening, stopping at various locations to dispose of garbage bags. Police retrieved the garbage bags from trash receptacles along the route Fotis and Michelle had taken. Inside the bags, they found items containing Jennifer's blood, including bloodied clothing, sponges used for cleaning, and zip ties. The evidence strongly suggested that Fotis had attacked Jennifer at her home, and he and Michelle had attempted to dispose of evidence afterward. Fotis Dullos was arrested in June 2019 and charged with tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. Michelle Triconis was also arrested on similar charges. Both initially denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. As the investigation continued, police also arrested Fotis's friend and attorney Kent Mawaney, alleging he had helped Fotis plan Jennifer's disappearance. Despite extensive searches throughout Connecticut, Jennifer's body was never found. Police searched properties owned by Fotis, areas near where evidence had been disposed of, and numerous other locations based on tips and cell phone data. Dive teams searched bodies of water, and search dogs were deployed across the region. But there was no sign of Jennifer. In January 2020, Fotis Dullos was arrested again, this time charged with capital murder, felony murder, and kidnapping in connection with Jennifer's disappearance and presumed death. Prosecutors believed they had enough evidence to charge him with taking Jennifer's life even without having found her body. The blood evidence, the surveillance footage, and the pattern of attempts to cover up the crime built a strong circumstantial case. Just days after being charged with ending Jennifer's life, Fotis Dullos attempted to take his own life at his home. He was found in his garage with carbon monoxide poisoning from his vehicle's exhaust. He was rushed to the hospital but never regained consciousness. On January 30th, 2020, Fotis Dulos died, bringing an end to any possibility of a trial that might have revealed what happened to Jennifer. Fotis's death left many questions unanswered. Jennifer's body has never been recovered, meaning her family has been unable to properly lay her to rest. The 5 children Jennifer and Fotis shared lost both their mother, who disappeared, and their father, who took his own life after being charged with her ending. The children have been raised by Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, who has worked to preserve Jennifer's memory for them. Michelle Triconis went to trial in 2024 for her role in helping Fotis cover up the crime. She was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution. Prosecutors argued that Michelle had known what Fotis was planning and had helped him both before and after Jennifer's disappearance. She was sentenced to multiple years in prison. Kent Mawney, Fotis's friend and attorney, was also charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life. Prosecutors alleged that he had helped Fotis plan Jennifer's disappearance and had provided an alibi. His case was still working through the court's years after the crime occurred. The evidence suggests that on the morning of May 24th, 2019, Fotis was lying in wait at Jennifer's home when she returned from dropping the children at school. He attacked her in the garage, taking her life in a violent assault. He then disposed of her body in a location that has never been found, despite years of searching. The cleanup attempts and evidence disposal show planning and consciousness of guilt. Jennifer Dulos was a devoted mother who put her children first in everything she did. She had been working on a book and pursuing her passion for writing while raising 5 kids. She had found the courage to leave a difficult marriage and was fighting for custody of her children because she believed it was best for them. She deserved to continue being a mother to her kids and see them grow up, but instead her life was stolen by someone who saw her as an obstacle. The case highlighted the dangers that women face during divorce proceedings, particularly when custody and finances are being contested. Jennifer had expressed fears for her safety in court documents related to the divorce, but those fears hadn't been enough to protect her. Her disappearance left 5 children without either parent and left a community searching for answers about what happened to a woman who simply wanted to protect her kids. Jennifer's family continues to search for her remains, hoping that someday they will be able to bring her home and give her a proper burial. They have established a foundation in her name to support victims of domestic violence and help ensure that other families don't suffer the same tragedy. Jennifer's legacy lives on through her children and through the awareness her case has brought to the dangers of domestic violence and contentious divorce situations. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. The remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, could be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young pregnant woman who was excited to meet the person selling baby clothes online, about a horrifying crime that shocked the nation, and about how a seemingly kind stranger turned out to be a monster who wanted to steal more than just possessions. In March 2015, 26-year-old Savannah Graywind was 7 months pregnant and preparing for the arrival of her baby girl. She lived with her parents in an apartment building in Fargo, North Dakota, and was excited about becoming a mother. Savannah was friendly, trusting, and looking forward to starting this new chapter of her life. On August 19, 2017, Savannah told her mother she was going upstairs to help a neighbor with a sewing project. The neighbor was Brooke Cruz, a 38-year-old woman who lived in the apartment directly above the Graywind family. Savannah thought she was just being a good neighbor by helping someone who had asked for assistance. She never came back downstairs. When Savannah didn't return after a reasonable amount of time, her family became worried. Her mother, Norberta, went upstairs to check on her, but received no answer when she knocked on Brooke Cruz's door. Hours passed, and Savannah still hadn't returned. Her parents called her cell phone repeatedly, but there was no answer. By that evening, they knew something was terribly wrong and called the police to report their daughter missing. Police began investigating immediately, interviewing neighbors and trying to establish where Savannah had gone. Brooke Cruz told police that Savannah had come to her apartment, but had left after a short time. She claimed she didn't know where Savannah had gone after that. Police searched the apartment building and the surrounding area, but found no sign of Savannah. The investigation intensified over the next few days. Savannah's family organized search parties, distributed flyers, and made emotional pleas for information. The community rallied around them, desperate to find the missing pregnant woman. Police continued to question neighbors and review any available surveillance footage from the area. Then on August 24th, 5 days after Savannah disappeared, police received information that would crack the case open in the most horrifying way. Brooke Cruz's boyfriend, William Hone, was seen carrying what appeared to be a suspicious package wrapped in a blanket down to a car. A witness reported seeing this strange behavior, and police decided to check on Brooke and William once more. When officers entered the apartment, they found something shocking. There was a newborn baby in the apartment. Brooke claimed the baby was hers, saying she had just given birth. But investigators were immediately suspicious. There was no evidence of a recent birth in the apartment. No medical supplies, no mess, nothing that would indicate a woman had given birth there. The baby appeared to be several days old, not newborn. Police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched the apartment and the areas around the building. They found disturbing evidence, including cleaning supplies and signs that something violent had occurred in the apartment. Most devastating of all, they discovered evidence that led them to the Red River, which flows through Fargo. On August 27th, 8 days after Savannah vanished, kayakers found her body wrapped in plastic and hidden in the Red River. The discovery confirmed everyone's worst fears. Savannah Graywind had been taken from her family in the most brutal way imaginable. An autopsy revealed that Savannah had died from homicidal violence, and her baby had been removed from her body. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth about what had happened. Brooke Cruz had been faking a pregnancy for months, showing friends and family what appeared to be a growing belly and talking about her upcoming baby. But she wasn't actually pregnant. She had been planning to steal someone else's baby and claim it as her own. When Savannah came upstairs to help with the sewing project, Brooke attacked her. Using zip ties and other restraints, Brooke subdued Savannah and then performed a crude operation to remove her baby while Savannah was still alive or had just died. The brutality of the crime was almost incomprehensible. Brooke then took the baby and presented her as her own child. William Hone, Brooke's boyfriend, was aware of what had happened and helped cover up the crime. He assisted in disposing of Savannah's body and helped create false stories to tell police. While he claimed he hadn't participated in the actual attack or the removal of the baby, he was complicit in the cover-up and in hiding the evidence. Both Brooke Cruz and William Hone were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit kidnapping and other related charges. The baby, miraculously, had survived and was physically healthy despite the traumatic circumstances of her birth. She was placed in the custody of Savannah's family, who named her Hazley Joe and have been raising her with love and devotion. Brooke Cruz' trial revealed the extent of her planning and deception. She had been researching how to induce labor and had been acquiring supplies for her plan. She had told elaborate lies to friends and family about her pregnancy, even posting ultrasound images online that weren't hers. When she realized she couldn't maintain the deception any longer, she targeted Savannah, someone vulnerable and trusting who lived in the same building. In February 2018, Brooke Cruz pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit kidnapping, conspiracy to commit murder, and providing false information to law enforcement. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During her sentencing, she showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why she committed such a horrific act. William Hone went to trial and was convicted of conspiracy to commit kidnapping and lying to authorities about what happened. While the jury found he didn't directly participate in taking Savannah's life, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum sentence for his role in the crime and cover-up. The case led to the passage of Savannah's Act, federal legislation aimed at improving coordination between federal, state, and tribal law enforcement to address the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Savannah was a member of the Spirit Lake tribe, and her case highlighted the disproportionate violence faced by Native American women. Savannah Graywin's family has been raising Hazley Joe, ensuring that she knows about her mother and the love Savannah had for her even before she was born. They've shared photos and stories, creating a connection between Hazley and the mother she'll never get to meet. The little girl is growing up surrounded by family who love her and honor her mother's memory. Savannah Graywind was a young woman who should have experienced the joy of holding her baby for the first time, of watching her daughter grow, and of all the moments that make motherhood special. Instead, her life was stolen by someone who saw her as nothing more than a means to get what she wanted. The crime was so brutal and senseless that it's difficult to comprehend how one person could do such a thing to another. Savannah's memory lives on through her daughter and through the legislation that bears her name, helping to protect other Indigenous women from similar fates. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted mother who shocked the world, about 5 children who died under mysterious circumstances, and about how a woman used her own babies to gain sympathy and attention in one of Australia's most disturbing cases of medical deception and elimination. In the 1990s, Kathleen Folbig was known in her Australian community as an unlucky mother who had tragically lost multiple children to sudden infant death syndrome. Between 1989 and 1999, all 4 of Kathleen's children died in infancy or early childhood under similar circumstances. Each child had been found unresponsive, and each death was initially attributed to natural causes or SIDS. But the pattern would eventually reveal something far more sinister. Kathleen's first child, Caleb, was born in February 1989. He was a healthy baby boy who seemed to be developing normally. But on February 20th, 1989, when Caleb was just 19 days old, Kathleen found him dead in his crib. The death was ruled as sudden infant death syndrome, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Kathleen and her husband Craig grieved the loss and eventually decided to try for another child. Their second child, Patrick, was born in June 1990. Patrick seemed healthy at first, but at 4 months old, he suddenly stopped breathing and suffered seizures. He survived, but was left with severe brain damage and blindness. He lived for 8 more months before passing away in February 1991. Doctors attributed his initial episode to epilepsy, and his death was considered a result of his neurological problems. Despite losing 2 children, Kathleen and Craig tried again. Their daughter Sarah was born in October 1992. Sarah appeared to be a healthy, thriving baby. But on August 30th, 1993, when Sarah was 10 months old, Kathleen found her dead in her crib. Once again, the death was attributed to SIDS. The family had now lost 3 children, and people in their community felt tremendous sympathy for the couple who seemed cursed with unimaginable bad luck. In 1996, Kathleen gave birth to another daughter, Laura. For a while, it seemed Laura might break the tragic pattern. She survived past the age when her siblings had died. She celebrated her first birthday, then her second. But on March 1st, 1999, when Laura was 19 months old, Kathleen called emergency services saying Laura had stopped breathing. Paramedics tried to revive her, but Laura was pronounced dead. The death of a 4th child finally raised serious suspicions among medical professionals and investigators. While losing 1 or even 2 children to SIDS was tragic, but possible, losing 4 children was statistically almost impossible. Something wasn't right, and authorities began investigating whether these deaths were truly natural or if something more sinister had occurred. Craig Folbig had also begun to suspect his wife. Their marriage had deteriorated after Laura's death, and Craig was struggling with the loss of all 4 of his children. In 1999, he discovered Kathleen's personal diaries hidden in their home. What he read in those diaries horrified him. Kathleen had written entries that seemed to hint at guilt and responsibility for the children's deaths. In the diaries, Kathleen wrote things like, "I feel like the worst mother on this earth," and made references to losing her temper with the children. One entry mentioned her rage and frustration with the babies. Another entry seemed to suggest she was responsible for their deaths, though the language was sometimes ambiguous. Craig took the diaries to police, and they became crucial evidence in the investigation. In 2001, Kathleen Folbig was arrested and charged with taking the lives of all 4 of her children. Prosecutors argued that she had smothered each child during moments of frustration and anger, then staged the scenes to look like natural deaths. The diary entries were presented as evidence of her guilt and state of mind. The trial began in 2003 and captured national attention in Australia. Medical experts testified about the improbability of 4 children from the same family dying of natural causes. Prosecutors argued that Kathleen had a pattern of violence against her children when they cried or became difficult, and that she had suffocated them to stop their crying. The defense argued that the diary entries were simply the expressions of a grieving mother who felt guilty and questioned herself, as many parents do when tragedy strikes. They pointed out that there was no direct physical evidence of smothering and that rare genetic conditions could potentially explain the deaths. But the combination of the diary entries, the statistical improbability of 4 SIDS deaths in one family, and testimony about Kathleen's behavior convinced the jury. In May 2003, Kathleen Folbig was found guilty of 3 counts of ending life for Caleb, Patrick, and Sarah, and 1 count of manslaughter for Laura. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison with a non-parole period of 30 years. For years, Kathleen maintained her innocence from prison. She insisted her children had died of natural causes and that her diary entries were being misinterpreted. Some scientists and legal experts began to question the conviction, arguing that the case had relied too heavily on statistical arguments about SIDS that weren't scientifically sound. In 2018 and 2019, new genetic testing was conducted on the children's remains. Scientists discovered that Sarah and Laura carried a rare genetic mutation called COM2 that can cause sudden cardiac death in infants. This discovery raised questions about whether the girls might have died from natural causes after all. Further investigation revealed that Kathleen herself carried genetic variants that could cause heart problems. Some experts argued this new evidence supported the possibility that at least some of the deaths were natural, not elimination. In 2021, an inquiry was held to review the case. After examining all the evidence, including the new genetic findings, the inquiry found there was reasonable doubt about Kathleen's guilt. In June 2023, after spending 20 years in prison, Kathleen Folbig was pardoned and released. Her Her convictions were later overturned entirely. The case of Kathleen Folbig remains controversial. Some people believe the genetic evidence proves she was wrongly convicted and that her children died of natural causes. Others believe she was guilty and that the new evidence doesn't explain all 4 deaths. The truth about what happened to Caleb, Patrick, Sarah, and Laura may never be fully known. What is certain is that 4 children died tragically young, a family was destroyed, and a woman spent 2 decades in prison for crimes she may or may not have committed. The case highlighted the dangers of convicting people based on statistical improbability rather than solid physical evidence, and showed how scientific understanding can evolve and change our interpretation of past events. Whether Kathleen Folbig was a killer or a victim of wrongful conviction, the tragedy of 4 young lives lost remains at the heart of this deeply disturbing case. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charismatic drifter who charmed his way across America, about a killing spree that left dozens dead, and about how one man's good looks and smooth talking made him one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. In the 1970s, Ted Bundy was a young man who seemed to have everything going for him. He was handsome, intelligent, and charismatic. He had studied law and worked on political campaigns. Women found him attractive and charming. But behind his clean-cut appearance and winning smile, Ted Bundy was a monster who would take the lives of at least 30 young women across 7 states, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Bundy's crimes began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women started disappearing from college campuses in Washington and Oregon. The victims shared similar characteristics. They were typically young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. Many were college students who vanished in broad daylight from crowded areas. Bundy's method was calculated and deceptive. He would often wear a fake cast or sling on his arm and approach young women asking for help carrying books or loading something into his car. He played on their kindness and willingness to help someone who appeared injured. Once he got them close to his vehicle, he would overpower them and force them inside. Other times, Bundy would pretend to be an authority figure. He would approach women claiming to be a police officer or security guard, showing fake identification. Women trusted him because he looked respectable and spoke confidently. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in July 1974 at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling approaching young women and asking them to help him with a sailboat. 2 women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, were seen leaving with a man that day. Both disappeared and were later found deceased in a wooded area. Witnesses provided descriptions of the man and his vehicle, and several remembered he had introduced himself as Ted. Police created composite sketches that were distributed widely. One person who saw the sketches and thought they looked familiar was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. She even called the police tip line to mention her boyfriend's name, but investigators received thousands of tips and didn't follow up on hers immediately. In 1975, Ted Bundy was pulled over by police in Utah for a traffic violation. When officers searched his vehicle, they found suspicious items including a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. Bundy was arrested, and investigators began connecting him to disappearances across multiple states. A survivor named Carol Duranch came forward and identified Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. He had approached her at a shopping mall claiming to be a police officer, saying someone had tried to break into her car. When she got into his vehicle, he tried to handcuff her, but she fought back and escaped. Her testimony was crucial in securing Bundy's first conviction. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol Duranch and sentenced to prison in Utah. While incarcerated, he was also charged with the elimination of a young woman in Colorado. But Bundy was already planning his escape. In 1977, while representing himself in court during a preliminary hearing, he was allowed to use the law library. He jumped out of a second-story window and escaped, though he was recaptured after 6 days. 6 months later, Bundy escaped again, this time from a county jail in Colorado. He had lost weight deliberately and was able to squeeze through a small opening in the ceiling of his cell. He made his way to Florida, where he would commit some of his most brutal crimes. On January 15th, 1978, just weeks after his escape, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee. In a horrifying rampage that lasted less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women while they slept, taking the lives of 2 of them, Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. Both were beaten and strangled. A 5th woman in a nearby apartment was also attacked that same night, but survived. Less than a month later, Bundy abducted and ended the life of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her school in broad daylight. Her body was found weeks later in an abandoned pig shed. This would be Bundy's final victim before his capture. Bundy was arrested on February 15th, 1978, after being pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. Police found identification cards belonging to female students in the car. Bite mark evidence from the Chi Omega attacks matched Bundy's teeth, providing crucial forensic evidence against him. Ted Bundy's trials became media spectacles. He chose to represent himself in court, and the proceedings were among the first criminal trials to be televised nationally. Bundy seemed to enjoy the attention, smiling for cameras and acting confident. He even proposed to his girlfriend Carol in Boone during his trial, and she accepted, creating a bizarre courtroom moment where they essentially married. Despite Bundy's charm and attempts to manipulate the jury, the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted of taking the lives of the Chi Omega women and Kimberly Leach and was sentenced to death. While on death row, Bundy gave interviews where he discussed his crimes in the third person, never fully admitting guilt, but providing chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. Bundy claimed that exposure to violent media had influenced him, though experts believed he was deflecting responsibility. He also confessed to numerous other crimes in the days before his execution, finally admitting to killing at least 30 women, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. On January 24th, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating the execution of one of America's most notorious killers. His death brought some closure to the families of his victims, though the pain of their losses would never fully heal. Ted Bundy's case changed how law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. It highlighted the importance of sharing information across state lines and recognizing patterns in disappearances. It also showed how dangerous it was to assume that someone who looked normal and acted charming couldn't be capable of horrific violence. The young women Bundy victimized were daughters, sisters, and friends who had their entire lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing education, women with dreams and futures that were stolen by a predator who saw them as objects rather than human beings. Ted Bundy's charm and intelligence made him particularly dangerous because people trusted him, never suspecting the evil that lurked behind his friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who became famous for searching for her missing daughter, about a case that gripped America for years, and about how a tragic accident was covered up with lies that spiraled into a media firestorm and criminal trial. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 in Orlando, Florida, with a frantic report. Her 2-year-old granddaughter Kaylee Anthony had been missing for 31 days, and her daughter Casey had been lying about where the little girl was. The call set off a chain of events that would become one of the most watched criminal cases in American history. Casey Anthony was a 22-year-old single mother living with her parents George and Cindy Anthony. Her daughter Kaylee was a bright, adorable toddler with big brown eyes who was the center of the family's world. But Casey had been telling her parents for over a month that Kaylee was with a babysitter named Zonnie the nanny. When Cindy finally tracked Casey down and demanded to see Kaylee, Casey admitted the child was missing. Casey's story was bizarre and constantly changing. She claimed a babysitter named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee. She said she had been conducting her own investigation to find her daughter and hadn't wanted to worry her parents. But as police investigated, they discovered there was no babysitter. The name Casey gave led to a real woman who had never met Casey or Kaylee and had never worked as a nanny. Police quickly realized that Casey had been lying about nearly everything. During the 31 days Kaylee was supposedly missing, Casey had been partying at nightclubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, meaning beautiful life, and spending time with her boyfriend. Photos from her social media showed her smiling and dancing while her daughter was nowhere to be found. Investigators searched Casey's car and found it had been abandoned and smelled strongly of decomposition. Forensic testing detected chemical compounds consistent with human decomposition in the trunk. Hair samples found in the trunk showed signs of decomposition and were consistent with Kaylee's hair. Cadaver dogs alerted to the presence of human remains in the trunk and in the Anthony family's backyard. Casey was arrested and charged with child neglect, making false statements to police and obstruction of justice. As the investigation continued, the charges became more serious. Prosecutors believed that Casey had ended her daughter's life and disposed of her body, then lied repeatedly to cover up the crime. The case became a media sensation. Cable news channels covered every development obsessively. The public was fascinated by Casey's behavior and the bizarre details emerging about her life. She had been living a double life, telling her parents she had a job at Universal Studios when she had actually been fired years earlier. She had invented friends and babysitters that didn't exist. Her web of lies was extensive and elaborate. In December 2008, 6 months after Kaylee was reported missing, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than a half-mile from the Anthony family home. The remains were found inside a laundry bag with duct tape near the skull. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains were Kaylee Anthony. The little girl had been dead since shortly after she was last seen in June 2008. The discovery of Kaylee's body led prosecutors to charge Casey Anthony with first-degree ending of life. They believed Casey had used chloroform to sedate Kaylee, then suffocated her with duct tape before disposing of her body in the woods. The prosecution's theory was that Casey wanted freedom from the responsibilities of motherhood and saw her daughter as an obstacle to the partying lifestyle she preferred. Casey's trial began in May 2011 and was broadcast live on television. Millions of Americans watched as prosecutors presented their case. They showed evidence of Casey's internet searches for chloroform and neck-breaking methods. They presented forensic evidence about decomposition in her car. They called witnesses who testified about Casey's partying during the time Kaylee was missing. The defense, led by attorney Jose Baez, presented a shocking alternative theory. They claimed that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool and that Casey's father George had discovered the body and helped cover it up. They argued that Casey had been sexually abused by her father and brother and had developed a pattern of lying as a coping mechanism. They suggested the appearance of Casey partying was just her way of dealing with trauma. The defense couldn't explain why an accidental drowning would lead to duct tape on Kaylee's face or why the body would be hidden in the woods rather than authorities being called. But they successfully raised doubts about the prosecution's theory by pointing out there was no definitive proof of exactly how Kaylee died. After deliberating for less than 11 hours, the jury returned with a verdict that shocked the nation. On July 5, 2011, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree ending of life, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter. She was only convicted of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement. The jury felt the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt exactly how Kaylee died or that Casey had deliberately taken her life. The verdict sparked outrage across America. People felt that justice had not been served for little Kaylee. Some jurors later explained that while they believed Casey was probably responsible for her daughter's death, the prosecution hadn't proven their case definitively enough to convict on the serious charges. Casey Anthony served her time for the lying convictions and was released in July 2011. She has lived in relative seclusion since then, though she has given occasional interviews maintaining that Kaylee's death was an accident. In a 2022 interview, she claimed for the first time that Kaylee had drowned in the pool and her father had been involved in covering it up, though she provided no evidence for this claim. George and Cindy Anthony have maintained that they believe Kaylee's death was not an accident and that Casey knows more than she has ever admitted. The family has been permanently fractured by the tragedy and the accusations that flew during the trial. Kaylee Anthony would have been a teenager today, Instead, her short life ended at age 2 under circumstances that remain officially unexplained. Her case highlighted flaws in how the justice system handles cases where cause of death cannot be definitively determined. It also sparked discussions about how media coverage can influence public perception of criminal cases. The case of Caylee Anthony remains one of the most controversial in recent American history. A little girl died and was hidden in the woods for months. Someone put duct tape on her face and left her remains to decompose. Whether it was an accident covered up or something more sinister, the truth died with Caylee in those woods, and justice for her remains elusive in the eyes of many who followed her story. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Minter, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25th, 1994, drove her car into John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25th, 1994, Susan strapped her 2 sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a stretch of beach in New York where the wind carried secrets, a place bordered by wealthy houses and empty dunes, where for years nobody noticed what was buried right beneath their feet. I'm going to tell you about the victims who vanished, the families who refused to give up, and a killer who lived such an ordinary life that he blended into the neighborhood without raising a single eyebrow. This is the true story of the Long Island serial killer, a case that haunted investigators for more than a decade and revealed how deeply a predator can hide inside a world that looks safe from the outside. The story begins not with a body, but with a phone call. In May 2010, a young woman named Shannon Gilbert placed a panicked 911 call from inside a gated community in Oak Beach, New York. She was terrified, running, telling the operator that someone was trying to kill her. She banged on doors begging for help, but disappeared into the darkness before police arrived. Officers initially treated it as a mental health episode, not a crime. They assumed she wandered into the marsh and drowned. They didn't search with urgency. They didn't push deeper. And because that call wasn't taken seriously, nobody realized that the disappearance of one woman was about to expose something far worse. Months passed. Shannon remained missing. Her family kept asking questions. Police did not yet understand the scale of what was coming. In December 2010, during a routine training exercise with a search dog, officers found something near the tall grass along Gilgo Beach. A set of remains wrapped in burlap. At first, they thought it might be Shannon, but it wasn't. It belonged to another woman, one who had been missing for years. That discovery immediately changed the tone of the investigation. This was not an accident. This was a dumping site, and the killer had been using it long before anyone noticed. The next day, they found another body, then another, then one more. 4 victims in total, all placed within a few hundred meters of each other. Same condition, same type of burlap wrapping, same location, same pattern. The media exploded with coverage, naming the unknown suspect the Long Island serial killer, or LISK. People who lived in million-dollar homes along that coastline suddenly realized they were living beside a graveyard. All 4 victims were young women who worked as online escorts. Their families had reported them missing, but their cases had not been given urgency when they vanished. Investigators now understood that whoever the killer was, he had been operating with confidence. He used the same remote stretch of beach repeatedly. He knew the area. He knew how long it would take for bodies to be discovered, if they were discovered at all. As police expanded their search radius, they found more remains. Some older, some scattered, some dismembered. The pattern became complicated, suggesting possibly more than one killer over many years. But the original 4, the Gilgo 4, as the media called them, appeared to be the clearest cluster. One offender, one method, one timeline. The community became gripped with fear. Long Island was not a place people associated with serial killers. It was suburban, comfortable, normal. Families lived there for generations. Kids played outside. People left their doors unlocked. But predators thrive in places where nobody expects them, and this one had hidden in plain sight. Years passed. Leads dried up. New police commissioners came and went. The case grew dusty. Families of the victims held vigils demanding action. Documentaries were released. Tips trickled in, but led nowhere. Some investigators privately wondered whether the killer had died, moved away, or simply stopped. But the truth was far simpler. He was living his life like nothing had happened. What broke the case open wasn't a confession or a witness. It was phone records. The killer had used burner phones to contact the victims before meeting them. He had also used those same burners to taunt the family of one victim, calling her sister repeatedly, describing what he had done, feeding on their fear. Detectives managed to trace the location of those calls to a small cluster of cell towers near a quiet neighborhood in Massapequa Park, Long Island. The pattern was strange. The phone pings appeared only at certain times of day, only near particular routes, and never far from one man's house and workplace. That man was Rex Hoyerman, a married architect with a respected job in Midtown Manhattan. He looked like someone you might pass on a busy street without noticing. Average, quiet, slightly awkward, a man who lived a routine life. But behind that ordinary surface was a carefully hidden darkness. Investigators began watching him quietly. They analyzed his car movements, his commutes, his habits. They dug into his internet history and found searches related to the victims, the investigation, disturbing content, and movements of sex workers in New York. Hoyerman had been living a double life for years. In Manhattan, he worked in a sleek office building. On Long Island, he came home to a suburban street where neighbors thought he was odd but harmless. All the while, he was stalking vulnerable women. What finally solidified the case was DNA. At the dumping sites, microscopic hairs had been collected years earlier, too degraded to test at the time. But technology evolved. New techniques allowed those hairs to be traced back not to Hoyerman himself, but to someone in his household. When detectives compared them with samples from his family, the match was unmistakable. The hair was his wife's, transferred from him to the victims. likely through shared objects or clothing. It placed him directly in the chain. Police moved quickly. They gathered trash from outside his home. They seized his electronic devices. They monitored his movements. And when they had enough evidence to ensure he could never escape justice, they arrested him in a dramatic takedown in Manhattan. The news spread instantly across the world. After more than a decade of fear and unanswered questions, the Long Island serial killer had a name and a face. People were shocked that such a normal-looking man had been responsible. His neighbors described him as odd, solitary, but beyond that, unremarkable. That was what made him so effective. He never looked like a threat. As investigators searched his home, they found a hidden soundproof room, disturbing internet searches, multiple burner phones, and a collection of firearms. Everything pointed toward a man who planned carefully, blended in, and treated human lives as disposable. Even after the arrest, the full story of his crimes is still unfolding. New remains found across Long Island may be connected. Cold cases from earlier years have been reopened. Families who waited more than a decade for answers finally saw movement, finally felt that someone was listening. The story of the Long Island serial killer is not just about a man who hid bodies in the sand. It is about a system that failed vulnerable women. It is about families who kept pushing when nobody else paid attention. It is about a community that thought it was safe until the truth forced them to see what was hiding underneath the surface. And it is a reminder that monsters do not always appear with warning signs or dramatic behavior. Sometimes they live in the quiet house down the street, go to work, attend PTA meetings, mow their lawns, and wave at neighbors. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a successful businessman who seemed to have it all, about a family that vanished from their home on Thanksgiving weekend, and about how investigators discovered one man had been living a double life that ended in unimaginable tragedy. In November 2009, John List's name resurfaced in the news, but the story actually began decades earlier in Westfield, New Jersey. In 1971, John List was a 46-year-old accountant living with his wife Helen, their 3 teenage children, and his elderly mother in a 19-room Victorian mansion. To neighbors, the List seemed like a typical suburban family. But behind closed doors, John was drowning in financial problems and struggling with rigid religious beliefs that would lead to a horrific decision. John List was a deeply religious man who attended church regularly and taught Sunday school. He was also extremely controlling and became increasingly disturbed by what he saw as his family's moral failures. His wife Helen had become an alcoholic and was suffering from mental health issues. His daughter Patricia was interested in drama and acting, which John considered sinful. His sons were showing typical teenage rebellion. To John's rigid worldview, his family was falling away from God, and he felt responsible. John was also facing severe financial problems. He had lost his job and couldn't find new work, but he was too proud to tell his family. Every day, he would leave the house pretending to go to work, spending his days at the train station or library. The family was burning through their savings, the mortgage was overdue, and they were on the verge of losing everything. John couldn't face the shame of his family discovering his failures. On November 9th, 1971, John List made a decision that he believed was merciful. He wrote a confession letter to his pastor explaining what he was about to do. In his twisted logic, John believed that if his family continued down their current path, they would lose their souls and go to hell. He decided it would be better to end their lives while they still had a chance at salvation. That morning, John prepared carefully. He laid out sleeping bags in the ballroom of their mansion. Then, methodically and coldly, he went through the house, taking the lives of his entire family. He shot his wife Helen in the back of the head while she was eating breakfast in the kitchen. He then shot his mother Alma in the head while she was in her apartment on the 3rd floor. When his children came home from school that afternoon, John was waiting. He shot 16-year-old Patricia first, then dragged her body to the ballroom. 13-year-old Frederick came home next, and John shot him as well. 15-year-old John Jr. arrived last from his soccer game. John shot his youngest son multiple times because the boy tried to run away after seeing what was happening. After taking all 5 lives, John carefully arranged the bodies in the ballroom on the sleeping bags. He placed his wife and children side by side, but left his mother upstairs, later claiming it was too difficult to move her body. He turned on music throughout the house, lowered the heat to slow decomposition, and turned on lights to make it appear someone was home. John then wrote several letters, including the one to his pastor explaining his actions in religious terms. He described how he was saving his family's souls by ending their lives before they strayed further from God. The letter was chilling in its calmness and the twisted logic John used to justify mass murder. He truly believed he was doing the right thing. After cleaning up and packing a single suitcase, John List simply walked away from the house. He drove to New York, abandoned his car at an airport, and disappeared. For nearly 18 years, John List lived under assumed names, eventually settling in Colorado and remarrying. He became Bob Clark, a mild-mannered accountant who attended church and seemed like a normal, quiet man. Back in Westfield, the bodies weren't discovered for nearly a month. Neighbors noticed the lights on constantly and heard music playing, but assumed the family had gone on vacation. It wasn't until December that someone finally entered the house and made the horrific discovery. The List mansion, with its dark history, eventually burned down in mysterious circumstances years later. Police immediately identified John List as the suspect, but he had vanished completely. Despite nationwide searches and investigations, authorities couldn't locate him. The case went cold, and John List seemed to have gotten away with taking 5 lives. In 1989, the television show America's Most Wanted featured the List case. They worked with forensic sculptor Frank Bender to create a bust showing what John List might look like after 18 years on the run. Bender's age-progressed sculpture was remarkably accurate, even predicting that List would be wearing glasses similar to those he had worn before. Just 11 days after the show aired, a woman in Colorado contacted authorities. She had seen the episode and recognized the sculpture as resembling her neighbor, Bob Clark. When police investigated, they discovered that Bob Clark was indeed John List. His fingerprints matched perfectly. John List was arrested in June 1989, nearly 18 years after he had massacred his family. He showed no emotion when confronted and calmly admitted his identity. At trial, his defense team tried to argue that he was insane at the time of the crimes, but the careful planning and methodical nature of what he did proved otherwise. The prosecution showed that John had planned everything carefully. He had stopped the mail, canceled the milk delivery, and told his children's schools they would be away visiting a sick relative. These actions demonstrated clear thinking and awareness of what he was doing, contradicting any insanity defense. In 1990, John List was convicted on 5 counts of first-degree ending of life. He was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms, meaning he would spend the rest of his life in prison. Throughout the trial and afterward, John showed little remorse for his actions. He maintained that he had done what he believed was necessary to save his family's souls, even though he had destroyed 5 lives and devastated extended family members. John List died in prison in 2008 at the age of 82. He had spent nearly 19 years as a fugitive and another 18 years behind bars. But no amount of time could undo what he had done or bring back Helen, Alma, Patricia, Frederick, and John Jr. The List case remains one of the most chilling examples of familicide in American history. John List's twisted interpretation of religion, combined with his pride and inability to face his failures, led him to commit an unthinkable act. 5 innocent people lost their lives because one man decided that death was preferable to living with financial problems and personal disappointment. The tragedy serves as a dark reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from within our own homes. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular cheerleader who seemed to have everything, about a twisted plot born from obsession and jealousy, and about how a mother's desperate desire for her daughter's success led to a plan for elimination that shocked America. In the early 1990s in Channelview, Texas, 2 teenage girls were competing for spots on their high school cheerleading squad. Amber Heath and Shauna Harper had known each other for years, living in the same working-class Houston suburb and attending the same schools. Both girls dreamed of making the Channelview High School cheerleading team, and both were talented enough to have a real shot. But while the girls were friendly rivals, their mothers had developed an intense and bitter competition. Wanda Holloway, Shauna's mother, had become obsessed with her daughter making the cheerleading squad. She saw it as a path to popularity and success, perhaps living vicariously through Shauna in a way that had become unhealthy and dangerous. Wanda believed that Amber Heath was the main obstacle standing between Shauna and a spot on the squad. In her twisted thinking, if Amber wasn't around to compete, Shauna would have a better chance of making the team. This obsessive thinking led Wanda down a dark path that would earn her the nickname the Texas Cheerleader Murder Mom. In 1991, Wanda Holloway approached her former brother-in-law, Terry Harper, with a shocking proposal. She wanted to hire someone to end the life of Verna Heath, Amber's mother. Wanda's twisted logic was that if Amber's mother was gone, Amber would be too grief-stricken and distracted to try out for cheerleading. The plan was cold, calculated, and absolutely insane. Wanda offered Terry her diamond earrings as payment for arranging the hit. She provided him with Verna Heath's address, daily schedule, and other details that would help someone carry out the attack. She was serious about this plan and pushed Terry to move forward with finding someone to do it. Terry Harper was horrified by what his former sister-in-law was asking him to do. Instead of helping her, he immediately went to the police and told them about Wanda's murder-for-hire plot. Police decided to set up a sting operation to catch Wanda in the act and gather evidence that would hold up in court. Terry agreed to work with police and wore a wire during subsequent conversations with Wanda. He pretended to have found someone willing to carry out the hit and continued discussing the details with her while recording everything. The recordings captured Wanda talking about the plan, discussing payment, and confirming that she wanted Verna Heath eliminated. In one particularly chilling recorded conversation, Wanda even suggested that if eliminating the mother didn't work or seemed too difficult, perhaps they should just target Amber directly instead. She was willing to have a teenage girl taken out simply to improve her own daughter's chances of making a cheerleading squad. The depravity of her thinking was stunning. Police had more than enough evidence. In January 1991, they arrested Wanda Holloway and charged her with solicitation of capital punishment. The case immediately attracted massive media attention. The idea of a mother trying to hire someone to commit elimination over a high school cheerleading competition seemed almost too bizarre to be true, but the recorded evidence was undeniable. The story captured national headlines and became a sensation. People were fascinated and horrified by the case. How could cheerleading matter so much to someone that they would be willing to take a life? What kind of pressure was Wanda putting on her daughter? The case seemed to symbolize everything wrong with obsessive parents living through their children. Wanda's trial began in September 1991. Prosecutors played the damning recordings where Wanda discussed the murder plot in detail. Terry Harper testified about the conversations and how shocked he had been by what Wanda was proposing. The evidence was overwhelming and Wanda's guilt was clear. The defense tried to argue that Wanda hadn't been serious, that she was just venting frustration and never actually intended for anyone to be harmed. But the recordings told a different story. Wanda had been specific, persistent, and had even offered payment. She had provided detailed information about the intended victim. This wasn't just talk. This was planning. The jury found Wanda Holloway guilty, and she was sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, the conviction was later overturned on a technicality related to jury selection. Wanda was granted a new trial in 1996. Rather than face another trial, she accepted a plea deal and pleaded no contest to the charges. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but served only 6 months before being released on probation. The case had devastating effects on everyone involved, especially the children. Shauna Harper had to live with the knowledge that her mother had tried to arrange an elimination to help her cheerleading chances. The betrayal and humiliation was crushing. Shauna had never asked for this and was horrified by what her mother had done. Amber Heath and her mother Verna had to cope with knowing they had been targeted for elimination over something as trivial as a high school activity. The sense of violation and the knowledge that someone had hated them enough to want them dead was traumatic. The case became the subject of multiple television movies and documentaries. The story of the Texas cheerleader murder plot became part of popular culture. often portrayed with a mix of horror and dark comedy, because the premise seemed so absurd. But for the families involved, there was nothing funny about it. Wanda Holloway's actions revealed the dark side of competitive parenting and the dangers of living vicariously through children. Her obsession with her daughter's success had twisted into something monstrous. She had been willing to destroy lives, including potentially her own daughter's emotional well-being, all for a spot on a high school cheerleading team. The case also raised questions about the pressure placed on young people to succeed in extracurricular activities and the toxic competition that can develop in youth sports and activities. When parents become more invested in outcomes than their children are, when winning becomes more important than character and well-being, dangerous situations can develop. Today, the case serves as a cautionary tale about obsessive parenting and misplaced priorities. Wanda Holloway's name became synonymous with taking things too far, with letting competition override basic human decency and sanity. A high school cheerleading position was never worth a human life, but Wanda had become so consumed with her daughter's success that she lost sight of what truly mattered. Her actions left lasting scars on multiple families and became a shocking example of how far some parents will go when they lose perspective on what really matters in raising children. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who vanished during a night shift, about a surveillance video that captured her final moments, and about how one security guard's actions led to one of the most disturbing crime scenes investigators had ever encountered. In March 2010, 26-year-old Annie Liu was a doctoral student at Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. She was a brilliant researcher studying pharmacology, engaged to be married, and had her whole future mapped out. Annie was petite, standing just under 5 feet tall, but she was determined and hardworking. She had overcome significant challenges to get to Yale and was excited about her upcoming wedding plan for September 13th, 2010. On September 8th, 2010, Annie entered a research building on Yale's campus where she worked with laboratory animals. Security cameras captured her walking into the building at around 10 in the morning. She was wearing a green shirt and was carrying her purse and laboratory supplies. She never walked out. When Annie didn't return home that evening, her roommate became concerned. Annie was reliable and always communicated her plans. When she didn't show up the next day either, her fiancé and family knew something was terribly wrong. They reported her missing to police, and a massive search began. Yale University and New Haven police immediately launched an intensive investigation. They reviewed hundreds of hours of security footage from the research building. The cameras showed Annie entering the building, but there was no footage of her leaving. Somehow, she had disappeared inside a secure facility without being captured on camera exiting. The building was a high-security laboratory where researchers worked with animals for medical research. Access was controlled through key cards, and there were security cameras at most entrances and exits. Police began systematically searching every room, every closet, every possible space where Annie could be. As the search continued, investigators focused on everyone who had been in the building on the day Annie disappeared. They interviewed researchers, students, maintenance workers, and security personnel. One name kept coming up: Raymond Clark, a 24-year-old laboratory technician who worked in the same building and was responsible for maintaining the animal facilities. Raymond Clark worked the same areas where Annie did her research. He was known to be controlling about laboratory protocols and had reportedly clashed with Annie over proper procedures for handling the research animals. Some witnesses said Clark had a temper and could be aggressive when he felt his authority was being challenged. As the investigation intensified, police searched the building more thoroughly. On September 13th, 2010, the day that was supposed to be Annie's wedding day, investigators made a horrific discovery. Annie's body was found hidden inside a wall cavity in the basement of the research building. She had been stuffed behind a panel in utility chase, a narrow space that housed pipes and wiring. The discovery was devastating. Annie had been in that building the entire time searchers were looking for her. She had been strangled and her body concealed in a location that wasn't immediately obvious. The autopsy would later confirm she had died from traumatic asphyxiation due to neck compression. She had been attacked with such force that she had no chance to fight back or escape. Investigators collected evidence from the crime scene and throughout the building. They found Annie's belongings hidden in ceiling tiles. They discovered blood evidence that had been cleaned up but was still detectable with forensic testing. The evidence pointed clearly to Raymond Clark. Police executed a search warrant at Clark's apartment and collected DNA samples from him. Forensic analysis revealed that Clark's DNA was found on Annie's body and at various locations around the crime scene. Despite attempts to clean up evidence, he had left traces that connected him definitively to the crime. On September 17, 2010, Raymond Clark was arrested and charged with ending Annie Lee's life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. DNA evidence, security footage placing him in the building during the relevant time period, and witness statements about his conflicts with Annie all pointed to his guilt. As the investigation continued, a clearer picture emerged of what had happened. Prosecutors believed that Clark had attacked Annie in a basement area of the research building, possibly after a confrontation about laboratory procedures. He had strangled her and then spent hours concealing her body and cleaning up evidence. He had hidden her belongings throughout the building and attempted to remove all traces of the crime. What made the crime particularly chilling was how methodical Clark had been. He had continued working in the building for days after ending Annie's life, knowing her body was hidden just feet away from where people were searching. He had participated in discussions about Annie's disappearance with co-workers, acting concerned while knowing exactly what had happened to her. In March 2011, Raymond Clark accepted a plea deal to avoid trial. He pleaded guilty to the charge and was sentenced to 44 years in prison. As part of the plea agreement, he had to provide a full confession detailing what he had done. His account confirmed that he had attacked Annie in the basement, strangled her during a violent confrontation, and then hidden her body and cleaned up the scene. Clark's motive was never entirely clear. Prosecutors suggested it may have stemmed from his need for control and his anger at Annie for not following what he considered proper laboratory procedures. Others speculated there may have been a personal component, though no evidence of any relationship beyond professional interaction was ever found. Whatever his reason, it was clear that Clark had taken a young woman's life over something trivial and then coldly concealed his crime. The case devastated Annie's family and friends. Her fiancé had been preparing for their wedding when instead he had to plan her funeral. Annie's family had immigrated from Vietnam and had worked hard to give their daughter opportunities. She had achieved so much and was on the cusp of even greater accomplishments when her life was stolen. Yale University faced criticism over security in its research buildings. Questions were raised about how someone could be attacked and concealed in a facility that was supposed to be secure. The university implemented enhanced security measures following Annie's death, including additional cameras and stricter access controls. Annie Liu was remembered by friends and colleagues as brilliant, kind, and dedicated to her research. She had written an article for a campus publication just days before her death about staying safe in New Haven, offering tips for personal security. The tragic irony was that she was taken from a place where she should have been safe by someone who worked alongside her. Raymond Clark continues to serve his sentence in Connecticut. He will be eligible for parole when he is in his 60s. Annie Lee's family continues to honor her memory and advocate for campus safety. Her story serves as a tragic reminder that danger can exist even in places we consider safe, and that sometimes the people we work alongside every day can harbor dark intentions that only become apparent when it's too late. I'm going to tell you a story about a mother who became famous for searching for her missing daughter, about a case that gripped America for years, and about how a tragic accident was covered up with lies that spiraled into a media firestorm and criminal trial. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 in Orlando, Florida, with a frantic report. Her 2-year-old granddaughter Kaylee Anthony had been missing for 31 days, and her daughter Casey had been lying about where the little girl was. The call set off a chain of events that would become one of the most watched criminal cases in American history. Casey Anthony was a 22-year-old single mother living with her parents George and Cindy Anthony. Her daughter Kaylee was a bright, adorable toddler with big brown eyes who was the center of the family's world. But Casey had been telling her parents for over a month that Kaylee was with a babysitter named Zonnie the nanny. When Cindy finally tracked Casey down and demanded to see Kaylee, Casey admitted the child was missing. Casey's story was bizarre and constantly changing. She claimed a babysitter named Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez had kidnapped Kaylee. She said she had been conducting her own investigation to find her daughter and hadn't wanted to worry her parents. But as police investigated, they discovered there was no babysitter. The name Casey gave led to a real woman who had never met Casey or Kaylee and had never worked as a nanny. Police quickly realized that Casey had been lying about nearly everything. During the 31 days Kaylee was supposedly missing, Casey had been partying at nightclubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, meaning beautiful life, and spending time with her boyfriend. Photos from her social media showed her smiling and dancing while her daughter was nowhere to be found. Investigators searched Casey's car and found it had been abandoned and smelled strongly of decomposition. Forensic testing detected chemical compounds consistent with human decomposition in the trunk. Hair samples found in the trunk showed signs of decomposition and were consistent with Kaylee's hair. Cadaver dogs alerted to the presence of human remains in the trunk and in the Anthony family's backyard. Casey was arrested and charged with child neglect, making false statements to police and obstruction of justice. As the investigation continued, the charges became more serious. Prosecutors believed that Casey had ended her daughter's life and disposed of her body, then lied repeatedly to cover up the crime. The case became a media sensation. Cable news channels covered every development obsessively. The public was fascinated by Casey's behavior and the bizarre details emerging about her life. She had been living a double life, telling her parents she had a job at Universal Studios when she had actually been fired years earlier. She had invented friends and babysitters that didn't exist. Her web of lies was extensive and elaborate. In December 2008, 6 months after Kaylee was reported missing, a utility worker discovered skeletal remains in a wooded area less than a half-mile from the Anthony family home. The remains were found inside a laundry bag with duct tape near the skull. Forensic analysis confirmed the remains were Kaylee Anthony. The little girl had been dead since shortly after she was last seen in June 2008. The discovery of Kaylee's body led prosecutors to charge Casey Anthony with first-degree ending of life. They believed Casey had used chloroform to sedate Kaylee, then suffocated her with duct tape before disposing of her body in the woods. The prosecution's theory was that Casey wanted freedom from the responsibilities of motherhood and saw her daughter as an obstacle to the partying lifestyle she preferred. Casey's trial began in May 2011 and was broadcast live on television. Millions of Americans watched as prosecutors presented their case. They showed evidence of Casey's internet searches for chloroform and neck-breaking methods. They presented forensic evidence about decomposition in her car. They called witnesses who testified about Casey's partying during the time Kaylee was missing. The defense, led by attorney Jose Baez, presented a shocking alternative theory. They claimed that Kaylee had accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool and that Casey's father George had discovered the body and helped cover it up. They argued that Casey had been sexually abused by her father and brother and had developed a pattern of lying as a coping mechanism. They suggested the appearance of Casey partying was just her way of dealing with trauma. The defense couldn't explain why an accidental drowning would lead to duct tape on Kaylee's face or why the body would be hidden in the woods rather than authorities being called. But they successfully raised doubts about the prosecution's theory by pointing out there was no definitive proof of exactly how Kaylee died. After deliberating for less than 11 hours, the jury returned with a verdict that shocked the nation. On July 5, 2011, Casey Anthony was found not guilty of first-degree ending of life, aggravated child abuse, and aggravated manslaughter. She was only convicted of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement. The jury felt the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt exactly how Kaylee died or that Casey had deliberately taken her life. The verdict sparked outrage across America. People felt that justice had not been served for little Kaylee. Some jurors later explained that while they believed Casey was probably responsible for her daughter's death, the prosecution hadn't proven their case definitively enough to convict on the serious charges. Casey Anthony served her time for the lying convictions and was released in July 2011. She has lived in relative seclusion since then, though she has given occasional interviews maintaining that Kaylee's death was an accident. In a 2022 interview, she claimed for the first time that Kaylee had drowned in the pool and her father had been involved in covering it up, though she provided no evidence for this claim. George and Cindy Anthony have maintained that they believe Kaylee's death was not an accident, and that Casey knows more than she has ever admitted. The family has been permanently fractured by the tragedy and the accusations that flew during the trial. Kaylee Anthony would have been a teenager today. Instead, her short life ended at age 2 under circumstances that remain officially unexplained. Her case highlighted flaws in how the justice system handles cases where cause of death cannot be definitively determined. It also sparked discussions about how media coverage can influence public perception of criminal cases. The case of Kaylee Anthony remains one of the most controversial in recent American history. A little girl died and was hidden in the woods for months. Someone put duct tape on her face and left her remains to decompose. Whether it was an accident covered up or something more sinister, the truth died with Kaylee in those woods, and justice for her remains elusive in the eyes of many who followed her story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beauty queen who was found dead in her own home on Christmas night, about a 6-year-old girl whose case became one of America's most infamous unsolved mysteries, and about how a family tragedy turned into decades of speculation, false accusations, and heartbreak that continues to this day. On December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey called 911 in Boulder, Colorado, claiming she found a ransom note saying her 6-year-old daughter JonBenet had been kidnapped. The note was lengthy, nearly 3 pages long, demanding $118,000 for JonBenet's safe return. The amount was oddly specific and happened to be almost exactly the amount of John Ramsey's recent bonus from his company. Police arrived at the Ramsey home and began treating it as a kidnapping case. But the situation was strange from the beginning. The ransom note was written on paper from a notepad inside the Ramsey home, using a pen that was also from the house. The note was unusually long for a ransom demand and contained phrases that seemed theatrical and unlike typical ransom notes. John Ramsey, JonBenet's father, and several friends searched the house while police secured the scene. Hours after the initial 911 call, John Ramsey went down to the basement and made a horrifying discovery. JonBenet's body was lying on the floor of a small storage room. She had duct tape over her mouth, a cord around her neck, and her wrists were loosely tied. John immediately picked up his daughter and carried her upstairs, inadvertently contaminating the crime scene. The medical examiner determined that JonBenet had died from strangulation and had also suffered a severe blow to her head. There was evidence suggesting she may have been sexually assaulted. The brutality of the crime against such a young child shocked investigators and the nation. The case immediately became a media sensation, partly because of JonBenet's involvement in child beauty pageants. Photos and videos of the little girl dressed in elaborate costumes, wearing makeup, and performing on stage were broadcast nationally. Some people were disturbed by the pageant culture and wondered if it had somehow contributed to what happened. Others simply couldn't look away from the tragic story of a beautiful child found dead in her own home. As police investigated, they focused heavily on JonBenet's family. The Boulder Police Department believed someone in the household was responsible for her death. The ransom note, written from inside the home, seemed staged. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing was actually stolen from the house. The oddly specific ransom amount matching John's bonus seemed too coincidental. Investigators theorized that something had happened in the home that night, possibly an accident or a moment of rage, and that the ransom note had been written to cover it up and make it look like an intruder had taken JonBenet. Patsy Ramsey became a particular focus because handwriting experts said she could not be eliminated as the author of the ransom note. The Ramsey family maintained their innocence from the beginning. They insisted an intruder had entered their home while they slept attacked JonBenet and left the ransom note. They pointed out that there was DNA evidence found on JonBenet's clothing that didn't match any family member. They hired lawyers and investigators to help clear their names. Public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed the family was involved and had orchestrated an elaborate cover-up. Others believed an intruder theory made more sense and that the family was being unfairly targeted. The media coverage was relentless, with every detail of the case analyzed and debated endlessly on television and in newspapers. JonBenet's 9-year-old brother Burke was also scrutinized, with some theories suggesting he might have accidentally hurt his sister and the parents covered it up. Burke was interviewed by investigators but was never charged with anything. Years later, he would sue multiple media outlets for defamation over theories that implicated him. The investigation was plagued with problems from the start. The crime scene had been contaminated when John moved JonBenet's body and when friends were allowed to walk through the house. Evidence collection was not handled properly in some instances. The Boulder Police Department had limited experience with homicide cases and made mistakes that would later be criticized. In 1999, a grand jury heard evidence in the case and voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death and being accessories to a crime. However, the district attorney at the time decided there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute and declined to sign the indictment. This decision wasn't publicly known until years later. In 2003, a federal judge reviewing the case concluded that the evidence was more consistent with an intruder theory than with family involvement. New DNA testing technology had become available, and additional testing continued to find DNA from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. In 2006, a man named John Markar confessed to ending JonBenet's life and was arrested in Thailand. The case seemed solved until DNA testing proved Carr could not have been the perpetrator. His DNA didn't match the evidence, and his confession was filled with details that were provably false. He was released, and the case remained unsolved. Patsy Ramsey died of ovarian cancer in 2006, just months before Carr's false confession. She never saw her name officially cleared, though in 2008, the Boulder District Attorney publicly apologized to the Ramsey family, stating that new DNA evidence had convinced prosecutors the family was not involved. The apology was based on advanced DNA testing that found genetic material from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. John Ramsey has spent decades trying to clear his family's name and push for continued investigation of the case. He believes an intruder was responsible and that police made up their minds too early that the family was involved, causing them to miss other leads and suspects. Burke Ramsey has largely stayed out of the public eye, but gave a rare interview in 2016 where he maintained his family had nothing to do with his sister's death. He has filed multiple lawsuits against media personalities and production companies who suggested he was involved. The case remains officially unsolved. The Boulder Police Department says it continues to investigate and follows up on tips and new technology. In recent years, there have been calls to use genealogical DNA databases, similar to what solved other cold cases, to try to identify the unknown male whose DNA was found on JonBenet. JonBenet Ramsey would have been in her 30s today. Instead, her life ended at age 6 in the basement of her own home on Christmas night. Whether she was taken by an intruder or harmed by someone she knew, the truth remains elusive nearly 3 decades later. Her case became a symbol of media sensationalism, flawed investigation, and a lasting pain of unsolved tragedy. A little girl in a tiara became one of America's most famous victims, but justice for JonBenet remains frustratingly out of reach. I'm going to tell you a story about a charismatic drifter who charmed his way across America, about a killing spree that left dozens dead, and about how one man's good looks and smooth talking made him one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. In the 1970s, Ted Bundy was a young man who seemed to have everything going for him. He was handsome, intelligent, and charismatic. He had studied law and worked on political campaigns. Women found him attractive and charming. But behind his clean-cut appearance and winning smile, Ted Bundy was a monster who would take the lives of at least 30 young women across 7 states. though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Bundy's crimes began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women started disappearing from college campuses in Washington and Oregon. The victims shared similar characteristics. They were typically young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. Many were college students who vanished in broad daylight from crowded areas. Bundy's method was calculated and deceptive. He would often wear a fake cast or sling on his arm and approach young women asking for help carrying books or loading something into his car. He played on their kindness and willingness to help someone who appeared injured. Once he got them close to his vehicle, he would overpower them and force them inside. Other times, Bundy would pretend to be an authority figure. He would approach women claiming to be a police officer or security guard, showing fake identification. Women trusted him because he looked respectable and spoke confidently. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in July 1974 at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling approaching young women and asking them to help him with a sailboat. Two women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, were seen leaving with a man that day. Both disappeared and were later found deceased in a wooded area. Witnesses provided descriptions of the man and his vehicle, and several remembered he had introduced himself as Ted. Police created composite sketches that were distributed widely. One person who saw the sketches and thought they looked familiar was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. She even called the police tip line to mention her boyfriend's name, but investigators received thousands of tips and didn't follow up on hers immediately. In 1975, Ted Bundy was pulled over by police in Utah for a traffic violation. When officers searched his vehicle, they found suspicious items including a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. Bundy was arrested, and investigators began connecting him to disappearances across multiple states. A survivor named Carol Duranch came forward and identified Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. He had approached her at a shopping mall claiming to be a police officer, saying someone had tried to break into her car. When she got into his vehicle, he tried to handcuff her, but she fought back and escaped. Her testimony was crucial in securing Bundy's first conviction. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol Duranch and sentenced to prison in Utah. While incarcerated, he was also charged with the elimination of a young woman in Colorado. But Bundy was already planning his escape. In 1977, while representing himself in court during a preliminary hearing, he was allowed to use the law library. He jumped out of a second-story window and escaped, though he was recaptured after 6 days. 6 months later, Bundy escaped again, this time from a county jail in Colorado. He had lost weight deliberately and was able to squeeze through a small opening in the ceiling of his cell. He made his way to Florida, where he would commit some of his most brutal crimes. On January 15, 1978, just weeks after his escape, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee. In a horrifying rampage that lasted less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women while they slept, taking the lives of 2 of them, Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. Both were beaten and strangled. A 5th woman in a nearby apartment was also attacked that same night, but survived. Less than a month later, Bundy abducted and ended the life of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her school in broad daylight. Her body was found weeks later in an abandoned pig shed. This would be Bundy's final victim before his capture. Bundy was arrested on February 15, 1978, after being pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. Police found identification cards belonging to female students in the car. Bite mark evidence from the Chi Omega attacks matched Bundy's teeth, providing crucial forensic evidence against him. Ted Bundy's trials became media spectacles. He chose to represent himself in court, and the proceedings were among the first criminal trials to be televised nationally. Bundy seemed to enjoy the attention, smiling for cameras and acting confident. He even proposed to his girlfriend Carol in Boone during his trial, and she accepted, creating a bizarre courtroom moment where they essentially married. Despite Bundy's charm and attempts to manipulate the jury, the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted of taking the lives of the Chi Omega women and Kimberly Leach and was sentenced to death. While on death row, Bundy gave interviews where he discussed his crimes in the third person, never fully admitting guilt, but providing chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. Bundy claimed that exposure to violent media had influenced him, though experts believed he was deflecting responsibility. He also confessed to numerous other crimes in the days before his execution, finally admitting to killing at least 30 women, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. On January 24th, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating the execution of one of America's most notorious killers. His death brought some closure to the families of his victims, though the pain of their losses would never fully heal. Ted Bundy's case changed how law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. It highlighted the importance of sharing information across state lines and recognizing patterns in disappearances. It also showed how dangerous it was to assume that someone who looked normal and acted charming couldn't be capable of horrific violence. The young women Bundy victimized were daughters, sisters, and friends who had their entire lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing education, women with dreams and futures that were stolen by a predator who saw them as objects rather than human beings. Ted Bundy's charm and intelligence made him particularly dangerous because people trusted him, never suspecting the evil that lurked behind his friendly smile. I'm going to tell you a story about a nurse who was supposed to care for the most vulnerable patients, about a hospital ward where babies kept dying under mysterious circumstances, and about how one woman's actions made her Britain's most prolific child killer in modern history. In the 1990s, Beverly Allitt was a nurse working on the children's ward at Grantham and Kesteven Hospital in Lincolnshire, England. She seemed dedicated to her work and showed great concern for her young patients. But over a 59-day period in 1991, the ward experienced an alarming spike in cardiac arrests and unexplained deaths among infants and children. What hospital staff didn't realize was that their colleague Beverly Allitt was deliberately harming the children in her care. Beverly Allitt had wanted to be a nurse since childhood. She completed her training and was hired at Grantham Hospital in 1991. Almost immediately after she started working, children on her ward began experiencing mysterious medical emergencies. Babies who had been healthy would suddenly go into cardiac arrest. Children admitted for minor ailments would unexpectedly deteriorate. The first victim was 7-week-old Liam Taylor, who had been admitted with a chest infection in February 1991. While under Allitt's care, Liam had a heart attack and died. Doctors were puzzled because his condition hadn't seemed serious enough to cause such a catastrophic event. The death was attributed to natural causes, and no one suspected anything sinister. 2 weeks later, 11-year-old Timothy Hardwick was admitted with epilepsy. He was stable and expected to be discharged soon. But while Allitt was caring for him, Timothy suddenly went into cardiac arrest and died. Again, doctors were confused by the unexpected death, but found no clear explanation. The pattern continued. Children would be admitted to the ward with relatively minor conditions, then would suffer cardiac arrests, seizures, or other life-threatening emergencies while under Allitt's care. Some survived these episodes, but others did not. Over the span of just 2 months, 4 children died and 9 others were seriously harmed. One of the survivors was 15-month-old Claire Peck, who initially survived a respiratory arrest while in Allitt's care. Claire was being monitored closely, but during another shift when Allitt was her nurse, the toddler suffered a second cardiac arrest. This time, despite efforts to save her, Claire died. It was later discovered that Allitt had been alone with Claire just before she collapsed. Another victim was 5-month-old Paul Crampton, a twin who had been born prematurely. Paul was in the hospital for monitoring, but was doing well. After Allitt cared for him, Paul suffered multiple episodes where he stopped breathing. His parents noticed that these episodes seemed to happen only when Allitt was on duty. Paul survived, but suffered permanent brain damage from oxygen deprivation. Hospital staff began to notice the disturbing pattern. Children were having medical emergencies at a much higher rate than normal, and these emergencies seemed to cluster around times when Beverly Allitt was working. A consultant pediatrician raised concerns with hospital administration and an investigation was launched. Police were called in, and they began examining the medical records of all the children who had died or suffered unexplained emergencies. They discovered that Beverly Alit had been present for every single incident. This couldn't be coincidence. They also found that some of the children had abnormally high levels of insulin in their blood, levels that could only have been achieved through deliberate injection. Beverly Alit was arrested in May 1991 and charged with 4 counts of ending life, 3 counts of attempted ending of life, and 6 counts of causing grievous bodily harm. The evidence showed she had been injecting children with massive doses of insulin or air into their bloodstreams, or administering other substances that cause cardiac arrest and respiratory failure. Investigators tried to understand why Alit had committed these horrific acts. Psychiatrists who examined her diagnosed her with Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder where a caregiver deliberately harms someone in their care to gain attention and sympathy. Alit had enjoyed the drama and attention that came with medical emergencies. She would be the one to discover the crisis, call for help, and then participate in the frantic efforts to save the child she had just harmed. During her nursing training, Alit had shown warning signs. She had an unusual number of illnesses and injuries herself, consistent with Munchausen syndrome. She had been absent from training frequently due to various medical complaints. But these red flags hadn't prevented her from being hired or raised concerns about her suitability to care for vulnerable patients. Alit's trial began in 1993 and lasted nearly 2 months. The prosecution presented overwhelming medical evidence showing that the children had been deliberately harmed. Expert witnesses testified about the insulin levels found in victims and the presence of air bubbles in bloodstreams that could only have been injected. The pattern of incidents occurring only during Alit's shifts was damning. Alit refused to testify in her own defense. She sat quietly throughout the trial, showing little emotion as the details of her crimes were presented. The jury heard heartbreaking testimony from parents who had trusted Alit to care for their children, never knowing she was the one harming them. In May 1993, Beverly Alit was found guilty on all charges. She was sentenced to 13 concurrent life sentences and ordered to serve a minimum of 30 years before being eligible for parole. The judge described her crimes as a breach of trust of the most grievous kind. The case led to major changes in how the British healthcare system monitors for suspicious patterns of patient deaths and injuries. Hospitals implemented better systems for tracking which staff members are present during medical emergencies. Background checks for healthcare workers became more thorough, looking for patterns of behavior consistent with Munchausen syndrome. For the families of Alit's victims, the revelations were devastating. Parents who had grieved what they thought were natural deaths now had to cope with knowing their children had been deliberately harmed by someone they trusted. The survivors who suffered permanent injuries faced lifelong consequences from Alit's actions. Beverly Alit remains in prison, now at Rampton Secure Hospital, a facility for criminals with mental disorders. She has been denied parole multiple times and will likely spend the rest of her life incarcerated. Over the years, she has reportedly gained a significant amount of weight and continues to exhibit attention-seeking behavior. The children Beverly Alit harmed were innocent and defenseless. Parents had brought them to the hospital expecting they would receive care and heal. Instead, they encountered a nurse whose need for attention and drama was more important to her than the lives of the children she was supposed to protect. 4 children died and 9 others were seriously harmed, all because one woman saw vulnerable patients as tools to satisfy her twisted psychological needs. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected doctor who lived a secret double life, about a physician who took the lives of over 200 patients, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in history operated undetected for decades while hiding behind his white coat and good reputation. Harold Shipman was a family doctor in Hyde, England, a small town near Manchester. For years, he was known as a caring and dedicated physician who made house calls and spent time with his elderly patients. People in the community trusted him completely. But between 1975 and 1998, Dr. Shipman systematically ended the lives of at least 215 patients, though the actual number may be much higher. making him one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Shipman was born in 1946 and grew up in a working-class family in Nottingham. His mother was diagnosed with lung cancer when he was a teenager, and he watched as doctors administered morphine to ease her pain in her final days. Some psychologists later suggested this experience may have influenced his later crimes, as he seemed fascinated by the power doctors held over life and death. After medical school, Shipman began his career as a general practitioner. In 1975, he joined a medical practice in Todmorden, but was forced to resign in 1975 after he was caught forging prescriptions for pethidine, a powerful painkiller, for his own use. He was fined and briefly attended a drug rehabilitation program. Most doctors caught in such circumstances would lose their medical license permanently, but Shipman was allowed to continue practicing medicine after a short suspension. In 1977, Shipman joined a new practice in Hyde and eventually opened his own solo practice in 1993. It was during these years that his killing spree accelerated. His method was simple and difficult to detect. He would visit elderly patients at their homes, often patients who lived alone. He would inject them with lethal doses of diamorphine, a form of heroin used for pain management. The drug would cause respiratory failure, and the patients would die within minutes. After administering the fatal injection, Shipman would wait with the body for a short time, then call family members or emergency services to report that the patient had died. Because he was their trusted doctor, and because the victims were elderly and often had existing health conditions, their deaths didn't raise immediate suspicion. Shipman would certify the deaths himself, listing natural causes such as heart failure or old age. Many of Shipman's victims were widows who lived alone. They trusted their doctor completely and welcomed him into their homes. Some had been his patient for years. They had no reason to fear the man who was supposed to be caring for their health. Shipman would chat with them pleasantly, then inject them with poison when they weren't expecting it. What made Shipman particularly dangerous was his position of authority and trust. As a doctor, he had access to controlled drugs and the ability to certify deaths without arousing suspicion. He was well respected in the community and had built strong relationships with his patients. No one questioned his judgment when elderly patients died, even when the death rate among his patients was significantly higher than other doctors in the area. The case began to unravel in 1998 when a local funeral director named Alan Massey noticed an unusual pattern. He observed that an abnormally high number of Shipman's patients were dying, and many of them were found fully clothed and sitting in chairs, which was unusual for natural deaths. He also noticed that Shipman was almost always the last person to see these patients alive and was often present when the bodies were discovered. Around the same time, concerns were raised about the will of one of Shipman's victims, Kathleen Grundy. Kathleen was a wealthy 81-year-old former mayoress who had been found dead in her home in June 1998. Shipman had been the last person to see her alive, claiming he had visited to take a blood sample. Shortly after her death, a poorly typed will surfaced, leaving her entire estate, worth nearly £400,000 to Dr. Shipman. Kathleen's daughter, Angela Woodruff, was a lawyer, and she immediately suspected the will was fake. The typing was amateurish, there were spelling errors, and the witnesses who supposedly signed it were two of Shipman's patients. Angela went to police with her suspicions that Shipman had forged the will and possibly harmed her mother. Police began investigating and exhumed Kathleen Grundy's body. Toxicology tests revealed a lethal level of morphine in her system. There was no medical reason for her to have been given such a large dose. Police then began looking at other deaths among Shipman's patients and discovered a disturbing pattern. As the investigation expanded, bodies of other victims were exhumed and tested. Again and again, toxicology reports showed lethal levels of diamorphine. Medical records had been altered by Shipman to make it appear patients had been more ill than they actually were, creating false justifications for their deaths. The evidence was overwhelming. Harold Shipman was arrested in September 1998 and charged with multiple counts of ending life and forgery. His trial began in October 1999 and lasted 57 days. Prosecutors presented evidence regarding 15 victims, though they believed there were many more. The trial focused on cases where the evidence was strongest, including toxicology reports, medical records showing Shipman's alterations, and testimony about his behavior. Throughout the trial, Shipman maintained his innocence. He showed no remorse and insisted that all his patients had died of natural causes. He claimed the morphine found in their bodies must have been self-administered, though this explanation made no sense given the quantities found and the circumstances of the deaths. In January 2000, Harold Shipman was found guilty of taking the lives of 15 patients and forging Kathleen Grundy's will. He was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. The judge recommended he never be released, calling him a disgrace to the medical profession who had violated the trust patients placed in him. After his conviction, a public inquiry was launched to determine the full extent of Shipman's crimes. The Shipman inquiry examined hundreds of deaths and concluded that he had taken the lives of at least 215 patients, possibly as many as 250. The inquiry found that Shipman had been killing patients throughout his entire career, starting as early as 1975. The inquiry revealed shocking failures and oversight. Despite the high death rate among his patients and some complaints about his behavior, no regulatory body had properly investigated. The ease with which Shipman could obtain controlled drugs and alter medical records without detection pointed to serious systemic problems in healthcare oversight. On January 13, 2004, Harold Shipman was found hanged in his prison cell. He had taken his own life the day before his 60th birthday. He never explained why he had taken the lives of so many patients or showed any remorse for his actions. His death meant that many questions would never be answered. The victims of Harold Shipman were elderly people who trusted their doctor. They welcomed him into their homes, believing he was there to help them. Instead, he ended their lives for reasons that remain unclear.